Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Representative Kinner.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Stiff.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Hicks. Senator Kinski. Senator Steinmetz. Co-Chairman Perkins. Chairman Nicholas. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum. Mr. Chairman, I do have one. The entire public comment scheduled for the ARP funds as well as the budget bill is scheduled today at 11 o'clock. For any members of the public, we do have a sign-up sheet, so we know in advance. We've had a sign-up sheet online for several weeks, if not months. I believe there's only 3 people who have signed up to date.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the JAC. It's an honor to be here today, and thank you for the time. My name is Darren Westby. I'm the Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources. And before I go any further, can you hear me all right? Am I speaking loud enough, close enough?
I think so.
Very good. Thank you. With me, I'd like to do some introductions. To my left is Deputy Director Sarah Needles. She's on the cultural resource side. My immediate right is Karen Erickson. She's our accounting manager. Behind me is Deputy Director Nick Nealon with the State Parks and Deputy Director Dave Glenn with the State Parks. And then I have Mike Lang, who's the Wyoming Arts Council Executive Director. And I think that's the team that, unless anybody else stepped in, I think that's the team from the agency that are here. Hopefully with that, we should be able to answer as many questions as you may come up, and I'll try to do the presentation as I've been watching a little bit going forward, trying to make sure that we're as informational as possible, but keep moving us forward as fast as you would like. So I'll take my cues from you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet.
Thank you. With that, we'll jump right into page 4. It's the budget summary of the agency. We have a $54.56 million standard budget. We're just a hair over 50% generally funded. The rest of them are federally funded and other funds. We are requesting the standard budget as well as nearly $7.5 million in exception requests. I know within the budget book, there's a whole bunch of the written text, which is the mission, the state of the agency challenges and risks, and I'll go through them very high level. Just as a reminder, at least an education piece, our mission, quite simply, is just to improve communities and enrich lives. And if all of our agency personnel and programs, if they focus on that simple mission, albeit very important mission, will be successful within the state. Just as a agency background divisionally, I have the cultural resource side that has the State Museum, State Archives, State Historic Preservation Office, Archaeology, Wyoming Arts Council, and the Cultural Trust Fund. On the park side, we have obviously state parks, the state historic sites. We have the trails, both motorized, non-motorized, as well as the outdoor rec office. And then within the administrative arm, we have the accounting, public information, PR, as well as the human relations side. Just quickly on agencies' challenges, I know you've heard it from most of the other agencies. I think one of our number one challenge is employee retention and recruitment. We have, luckily, we are a benefit of a passionate group of employees that gravitate towards our agency because of the products that we get to sell and what we get to do on a day-to-day basis. However, even still, we're seeing almost 14% turnover. And that's relatively significant for us, even though the state as a whole is probably around 18%. We're still small but mighty, but we're seeing that turnover as being an issue as we're hitting that precipice of the passionate employees that we enjoy working for our agency are having a harder time taking that passion to the grocery store and buying a gallon of milk. And so we're working really hard to improve employee satisfaction. We're doing everything within our means to try to entice our employees to stay and not look. Anecdotally, just within the last probably month, our outdoor rec office manager, the manager of the office outdoor recreation, left us a week ago and took a job down in Colorado, making a 40% increase in pay with the government, as well as just a couple weeks ago, we had 2 trails employees left our trails program and took local government jobs, making a higher wage and similar benefits. So we're seeing the pay struggle is real, and I appreciate every conversation that we're having on that regard. Moving through the pages, Mr. Chairman, I'll move to page 13. It's our exception request summary. We do have 15 requests, like I talked about. It's nearly 7.5 million in requests. Most of this is spending authority, trying to eliminate some B11s that we've been standard going through. And if it's your pleasure, we can just roll right into the exception request.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, if you just go through each one of your agencies and we'll hit them as we go.
Yes, sir.
But if you have any ones you want to highlight, go ahead.
You mean programs or just the exception request?
Oh,
okay. Well, I'll try to hit them as the programs as well as the exception requests as we go. The first division that we have is Division 100. Starts on page 16 and goes through 22. The governor did recommend approval of the standard budget. This is the administrative division, if I didn't say that already. There is one exception request for this. It starts on page 18. This is the agency's 15th priority. It is the human resources centralization. It's an ongoing general fund request of a reduction of 2 personnel and associated 400 telecommunications budget of negative 438,000. The governor did recommend approval of this general fund reduction.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that HR consolidation, are the folks that you had working for you previously, are they still physically located in your offices? How has that gone? Are they still providing the services you need? Any bumps, hiccups, road speed bumps you've hit with this centralization we'd like to hear about?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Representative, we do have 2 people. We did have 2 people in human resources before the centralization within the agency, and we are very fortunate that we got to keep those 2 people in our agency. We worked very hard with A&I throughout this process to ensure that the continuity of having human resources in your agency as a strategic member of your team would be detrimental if they left. And so we worked really hard with Director Bach and Aaron Williams and their team to ensure that we were able to retain those people, not only in the building, but as a strategic member of our administration. And, you know, I allude, those conversations was, I speak to my deputy directors on a regular basis, but they're doing their day-to-day jobs. I speak to my HR manager and my fiscal manager hourly, and to not have them at arm's length or at least within the strategic management part of the team would be very detrimental. And so I really appreciate Director Bach and the team willing to keep those 2 people in our agency. We do have like I said, the turnover may not be as high as the rest of the state, but our seasonal turnover is 150 people, probably twice a year. And so to have somebody not knowledgeable or educated on what we do, why we do it, and timing wise, it would be detrimental. The positive side of the centralization is we now have more bodies during those big turnover times of hiring seasonals that we can augment some of the other A&I HR staff to come in and help augment some of that heavy lift during those times. So the benefit of having that centralization is they have the manpower to bring back in and help them be successful and ultimately us successful.
Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up.
Please go.
Of those two, are they expected to do some HR work for other agencies now with this centralization? So they're doing, when they're at their non-peak times, are they helping out other agencies?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, they haven't yet, but they're always at that opportunity to do so. No different than before centralization, our HR team would get frequently called to assist in an investigation, assist in something that there might be some conflict. And I think that was happening before the centralization. Now it just is probably more formalized. But yes, our team, as with anything, we're always willing to help pitch in because we know we need help sometimes and they're willing to do that. But
Thank you.
All right, please proceed.
great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's it for that division. We'll roll into Division 200, which is the Cultural Resource Division. It's pages 23 through 59. Unit 201, which is the Administration Division through the Cultural Resource Division. Starts on page 24. The governor did approve the standard budget and this division does not have any exception requests. If there's any questions, I'll move into the next unit. Seeing none, I'll go into Unit 205, which is the State Museum on page 28 through 32. The governor did recommend approval of the standard budget. On page 30 is our agency's 8th priority exception request. This is spending authority, increasing spending authority for the Wyoming State Museum non-federal grants. This is an ongoing other funded spending authority request of $26,000. The team over the last several bienniums, due to some reductions, have not only tightened their belt, but also feel the need to continue to provide the services that the State Museum has offered and has gone out and found grants on a regular basis to ensure that those programs and services are continue to be offered. And consistently, they've been coming up with about $26,000 a biennium in grants to help keep the program going. And so instead of having B11s every year, we just decided to, in the continued effort to eliminate more of the B11s, we put this in the standard budget request. And the governor did recommend this approval. Any questions? Seeing none, going into Unit 215, it's the state archaeologist, page.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Director, regarding the museum, long-term, how do you feel it is the physical structure capable of meeting needs moving down the road?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think to answer that question, I'll try to tap it a little bit, but then I'll let Sarah fill in any gaps that I may have missed. I know our collections that we have were less than 1%, probably right around 1% on display in the museum, which is about 50% what is normal, if not a little bit less than 50% of what's normal in a museum on what you have in curation versus what you have on display. So short answer, yes, we'd love a larger museum. We'd love a more functioning layout of a museum than what we have kind of nestled in the Barrett Building, as well as our curatorial facility itself is inadequate, and we're in the constant process of probably damaging those artifacts just because of the property in which they're stored. And so to potentially move to build or move to a new facility would be advantageous, not only for the museum in the space in which we can display things, but it also could generate the square footage that could curate those facilities or those artifacts, museum collections that could make them last longer because the environmental conditions, relative humidity, temperature are more stable. And so hopefully that answers your question. Or Sarah, if you have anything to add.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think Director Westby covered that very well. I think the only thing I might add is, with this renovated Capitol building, we share the tour groups that come here with the State Museum. Typically, school groups come through both. And I think the location and the fact that we're in a renovated office building makes that complicated at times. It would be very nice to have a space that is designed specifically for visitors to come into, just the way that we did some of the renovations here to welcome visitors, make sure that they have proper facilities. I think we're seeing some of those same issues in the Barrett building. A different space or a renovated space would certainly provide that.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll continue with the State Archaeologist Unit 215 on page 33 and 34. This is, there's one exception request for this unit. It's the agency's 9th priority. It's increasing the spending authority for the Office of State Archaeologist Curation Office. It's an ongoing other fund spending authority request of $25,000. Similar to the grants that the State Museum gets, the Office of Archaeology, State Archaeologist Curation Office, they generate revenue from long-term care and archival storage of accessioning boxes and box fees. And so they have consistently been generating about $25,000 in box fees and revenue that to spend those for the long-term care of the archival storage of those artifacts in the archaeological curation area. We decided to put that in the standard budget instead of B11 every year. So, and the governor did recommend approval of this request.
All right, questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next unit is 216. It's archaeology consulting. It's found on 37. On page 37 is the agency's 3rd priority exception request. It's a biological anthropologist. It's the human remains recovery. It's an ongoing request of $96,511 of general fund. The plan was to utilize an existing vacant other funded position that was out, that we currently have in our system, and coordinate and partner with the University of Wyoming. They're currently losing their biological anthropologists at the university. With the bill that was passed in 2019, the Human Remains Bill, anytime bones are found, the state archaeologist is called out on site to determine, was it native? When was it? Date it, do all those things. And not only does the excavation take time, but the reports and the repatriation, if necessary, takes time and effort. Every time they get called out, it's about a 3-month amount of work for each one of these human remains that are found for the state archaeologists. And our intent was to take one of those positions, help the state archaeologist, as well as find another biological anthropologist for the University of Wyoming to dual role and be able to take care of this issue. The governor, since it was a general fund ongoing request, the governor did recommend denial of this request.
Mr. Chairman.
One second.
Thank you, Director Westby or Sarah, maybe you, my first question is you have an existing vacant position, but it's not funded. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that's correct. It's a vacant other funded position. Historically, the state OWSA, Office of Wyoming State Archaeologist, had positions that were funded by contracts. Say an oil and gas company comes through and wants to do a pipeline through an area, they would hire the OWSA to go out and do the survey archaeology on that pipeline. Since some of those the industry has kind of gone in a different direction, we have not realized any of those contracts, so we have laid off those individuals that were in those positions, and they've just sat vacant in hopes that someday.
Mr. Chairman, and those positions or that work was funded by industry, I believe as well. And so when they done that, which negated the need for the general funds. So, sir, my question then is, over the last year since, can you just give us some numbers on the number of human remains maybe found in the last year, and kind of just bring us up to speed since we passed that bill. I'm really interested in that. And where?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'm sorry, I did not introduce myself the first time I spoke. Sarah Needles, I'm the Deputy Director, State Parks Cultural Resources over the Cultural Resources Division and also the State Historic Preservation Officer. To answer that question, we have had an average of 3 to 4 cases come to us since the bill was passed. And I think what's really important to note in that is that on average, it takes about 3 months to process each of these cases. So there's the initial work of getting out on site and doing an initial evaluation of the remains and recovery of those remains. And frankly, we do not have a biological anthropologist on staff. And now that the University of Wyoming is losing theirs through retirement, they won't have one either. That's certainly a specialty that is needed to do this kind of work. And so the 3 months is, the smallest portion of that time is actually field recovery. The largest portion of the time is once you bring the remains back to the lab, doing full analysis, doing all of the research report writing that is required. That takes the remainder of the time. And then if there's a repatriation situation, dealing with that also takes a good chunk of time.
Hold up, Mr. Chairman. So with the requirements we placed on the agency to do that, and if we don't have that profession at the university or within your, if it's denied, then how would you do this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we might be looking at a situation where we would have to contract that work out. I don't know where the funding would come from yet. It would be on a case-by-case basis that we would do that. I'm hoping that the current person who is the biological anthropologist will stay for another year, but that may not be the case. So we'll have to kind of pick up and do what we can.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could then, just to make a request, because I think it's important to have a plan B, and give us an idea of how that looks, because we give you we're requiring you to do this, and we need to give you the tools to do it. And if we don't do a full position, if we can contract it, maybe that works. Maybe that works, but if you could give us an idea of, in your opinion, of if it can be accomplished, would be helpful before we get into markup and do some of this other stuff, to know if we need to come back and reconsider that, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think it would be not a terrible idea to reconsider it. I do think that our plan B is only good for about a year at this point, and then we would have to come up with, frankly, a plan C after the retirement of this individual that's been assisting us.
Vice President?
Part of the question was answered onto the number, and it just, if it's 2 to 3 a year, is that a full-time position's worth of work? But to take off where Representative Larson, most of these are, I'm assuming, are indigenous personnel. And so has there been any discussion with the Tribal Historic Preservation Office to look at contributions for these activities also?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, actually, the cases have largely been non-Indigenous to date that we've gotten since the passage of this bill. The remains of a soldier found at a stage station, the remains of a child found in this community in someone's backyard. So we have not had those conversations with the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer yet. And in terms of it being a full-time job for a biological anthropologist, no, it is not a full-time job for them. That's part of the reason that we worked with the University of Wyoming to make this a half-time position for them, a half-time position for us. So what you're seeing here is the funding is actually represents half-time. So they would spend a portion of their time teaching and doing other work in the Department of Anthropology as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So just to follow up then, why is it that the process has changed for industry or when they find them, or is it just they're not finding them as much during industry projects?
Mr. Chairman, the workload decreased, and it wasn't just industry. We also did a fair amount of work for federal agencies as well, like the Park Service. When they would do projects, they were required to follow Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. And they would often hire our folks to go out and do that work. And they've had budget reductions as well. So that work also tapered off. So it's been a combination of different factors that have caused us to realize that we could not fully employ these people anymore.
So, sir, the way I understood that is, for example, on the industry needs is if there is a pipeline or a project going through public lands and a requirement to do an ARC study, then industry would reach out to your office because you had resources, meaning the human resources there to come out and conduct the study and the survey. They would then pay the cost for that. Just the downturn in the industry and the decrease in number of requests for those projects where those studies would be done. You're now finding those remains probably being found just in incidental situations, perhaps where there's in somebody's backyard, maybe when they was digging a basement to add onto their house where they find a, or a putting in some other thing that's not associated with industry. Am I capturing that accurately?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes.
Mr. Chairman, question on human remains. Is your office involved every time human remains are discovered, regardless of the age of the human remains? I mean, it seems like if it's skeleton that's 10,000 years old, that's definitely in your purview, something that's very interesting. If it's 2 weeks old, it sounds more like a crime scene that, why are you involved, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes, we are contacted any time that it is a question of age, essentially. The date of, if it's a very recent homicide or something, the coroner's office and the sheriff's office is not going to contact us in those cases.
So I'm curious then, the governor denied the funding. What's your plan going forward?
Mr. Chairman, as I said, our current plan is to make it through the rest of the year before this retirement. We will continue to have conversations with the University of Wyoming to try and find resolution on this. I currently do not have funding in place to hire a contractor, and we would need to have a shared agreement with the University of Wyoming. I don't know that that's possible. I know that they are not, probably able fiscally to provide that funding either, but we'll have to make it work. Or we.
So if we
yes.
put the funding in the UW's budget and put the funding in your budget, then you can do it.
Yes, that's true.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Which, so, a longer range plan B would be a private contractor. Is there such a private? I know there are a number of archaeologists in the state that go out and do contract work. I don't know if any of them are human archaeologists. Do we have a human archaeologist that has the credentials to do this if it has to go to a contract status?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, yes, I think they exist out there. We may have to reach outside of Wyoming to find somebody who's an active contractor and wants to take on the work, but they do exist.
So what we need to know is if we have to go out of state to do that, how much it would cost.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't have an answer for that today.
Well, I'm asking you guys to look it
Yes,
up. and Let us know.
I can certainly do that.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Kevin?
as far as the budget aspect of it goes, this is in labor. So for this unit, you could have them be able to flex to 900. They have the money in the budget as special revenue. So if they have a contractor or a contract that they can bill, then just simply flex it out of 100 to 900. Then the spending authority would be available.
There go our trails dollars.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask Kevin to elaborate. We may have the spending authority, but we definitely don't have the cash.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. So for example, in those situations where a contractor, or in case like YDOT, which they pay as well, then they could in fact invoice those for those. And then what you're dealing with is just simply the externality of the one-offs of the baby in the backyard, for example.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next two units, Unit 220, the Cultural Trust Fund Administration on page 41 and 42, and Unit 225, SHPO Administration on 43 and 45. Neither one of them have exception requests, and the governor has approved each of their standard budgets. No questions. We'll go on to Unit 231. It's Wyoming Arts Council on 46 and 50. The governor did recommend the standard budget request, and also on page 47, there are two, starting on page 47, there are two exception requests for this unit. Agency's 12th priority, increased spending authority on the literature endowment. It's an ongoing request of $7,500 of special revenue. These are fellowships that are granted, but they're awarded by some private foundations every year, and we B11 those in every year. And so we're trying to, again, clean up the B11. The governor did recommend approval of this request. Mr. Chairman, the next exception request is.
So going back just a little bit, following up on the Cultural Trust Administration. How many, do you have, over the last 2 years, or the current biennium, how much from the Cultural Trust Fund has been distributed, and how broad has that been distributed across the state? Number of events have been supported.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, I have those numbers that I can distribute to you after this meeting.
Okay.
Suffice it to say that every county in this state has had a trust fund grant except one. We're really working hard to get that county some funding, but it's pretty widely distributed and evenly distributed across the state, but I'll be happy to provide you with those numbers.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
just to follow up though, so when those grants are distributed to those local entities and stuff, does the local entity submit a proposal to the council with specificity as to what that money would be spent for? And then the council awards that. And then is there any monitoring by the Arts Council to see if there's any deviations from what was actually submitted to what was actually spent, to make sure that it's consistent with what the original award was? And so if that is the case, could you just give me the process of how that works and who does the verification on that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, I'd be happy to explain all of that. I think the first thing to point out is that the Cultural Trust Fund Board is separate from the Arts Council Board. They provide a separate set of grants through different sets of funding. And so, yes, the Cultural Trust Fund Board is a board of 5 that do review these proposals. The applications come into them with detailed information about what is going to be provided. And they're required to provide us with follow-up to report on how the grant went and that the money was expended the way that it was supposed to be expended. So yes, we track it through the process.
So Mr. Chairman, follow up. So is the Arts Council the same process as the Cultural Trust Fund Board?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, it's a similar process, but it's a bit different. The Arts Council has more grant categories, and they have smaller grants that they give out. They have a rubric by which they give out these grants. It's similar in that the grant applications do come in and are reviewed by not necessarily the Arts Council Board every time, but a panel that is established for each grant category. Usually includes community members, and it includes a Arts Council Board member on those panels. And they review those grants. And yes, there's follow-up. There's a final report required on those as well.
And so, Mr. Chairman, just the logical progression of this, because you guys administer the monies that are distributed to both the Cultural Trust Fund and the Arts Council and stuff, is there agency criteria? And then how do you monitor that the councils are distributing funds consistent with agency guidelines, or is there guidelines, or is it just you turn the money over as a block grant to each one of these and then they distribute the money based on their own criteria? I'm just trying to understand the process.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, if they're not given out as block grants, we expect each grant that comes in to have a very detailed description of what that grant will have. If it doesn't, we've only run into this in a couple of cases. For example, one case with the Cultural Trust Fund, the funding was not matched the way that they had planned to match it. And we were able to bring that money back into the budget after it was sent out. And that is certainly an option that we have. That was a case of not being able to match their funds. There are probably other circumstances which we would have to work with the Attorney General's office to determine whether in what circumstance we could bring the money back in. But yes, we certainly have a process for that.
So, Mr. Chairman, one more follow-up question. Is the department ever rejected an award to the Arts Council or the Cultural Resource Trust Fund Board based on any other provisions other than just financial considerations?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, absolutely. I think that not every project that comes to us is worthy of receiving state funding. I think that I can speak to the Cultural Trust Fund Board in particular because I'm a non-voting member on that board. When grants come to us that don't fit the mission of the agency or of the Cultural Trust Fund by statute, then yes, we have rejected those grants. And sometimes it's simply because they aren't within the realm of what we consider cultural resources. And sometimes it's on the merit of the grant itself.
Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
just to follow up on some of Senator Hicks's questions just a little bit. So in my town, which is Casper, and I don't know if this has reached back to you yet, but there's a certain exhibit that has come up. And do you know if was there a grant behind that exhibit, if you know what I'm talking?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, I know of the exhibit that you're referring to. The organization is Art 321, and we've become very aware of that and are taking that issue quite seriously. I will tell you that when I pulled the grant application for that particular grant, the details of the content and the materials used in that exhibit were not in the grant application when it was approved. So we were as surprised as anyone else to learn of the details of this exhibition. And I will tell you that we have had in the past a very good track history with that organization. In fact, I think they were considered one of the linchpins of revitalization of the Yellowstone district in Casper. And there's been new leadership that has taken over there. And we have been in contact with the Attorney General's office to find out what recourse we have, because we don't feel that all of the information was provided to us.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Just out of curiosity, what did the grant application say? I mean, you said it didn't have the specific guidelines of what actually transpired. What did it say? Was it just?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, I would be happy to share that grant application with you all after this meeting. I can read to you exactly what the language was that we received. I have it here somewhere. The sentence referring, this grant had several components to it. The component that related to that specific exhibit read this way, and I'm quoting from the grant. This year, we are particularly excited to host our first installation exhibit titled Rethink. It will feature 6 to 10 13-foot by 13-foot installations that encourage the viewer to rethink their perceptions and understanding of a concept or issue. In the past, the expectation is pretty clear, I think, to grant recipients that if they're going to do something that is controversial or that may have age restrictions, like this one has been suggested, has age restrictions, we would want to know that information. That would be very, very important, and we did not receive that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's any other questions on the Authority of Literature Endowment ongoing request. Okay, if not, we'll go on to the next one, which is another Arts Council spending
Go
authority.
ahead.
Excuse me. Could you please keep this committee advised of any decisions or direction that you receive from the Attorney General's office related to this issue? I think would be very beneficial for the committee to know what the final disposition, both from the AG's office and the agency itself is. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks will definitely do that. If there's no other questions, we'll go on to page 47, which is the agency's 13th priority exception request. Again, it's spending authority increase request for the Wyoming Arts Council non-federal grants. It's a $50,000 ongoing other funding, other funded spending authority. Again, the Wyoming Arts Council goes out and hustles non-federal grants from public and private sources to ensure that the programs such as folk and traditional arts, arts education, performing arts, and creative aging are continuing in the fashion in which we would like. Historically, this team has gone out and hustled about 50,000 a biennium. And again, this is a B11 correction to try to get this into the standard budget. And if there's no question, the governor did approve this request. And if there's no questions, I'll keep moving. Hearing none, Unit 240 is the Archives and Records Management found on page 51 through 55. The governor did recommend the standard budget. On page 52 is the agency's 14th priority exception request. It is increased spending authority of Wyoming State Archives. It's the SHRAB grant. It's the State Historical Records Advisory Board grant. Again, it's an ongoing federal fund spending authority request of $45,000. This grant is received every biennium to help accession, describe, preserve, and provide access to state government electronic records. We'll continue to use these funds as we have in the past. Again, this is a B11 transparency issue, and the governor did recommend approval of this request. Seeing no questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll go on to Unit 249. This is the Digital Records Repository found on 56 and 59. The governor did recommend approval of the standard budget. On page 57 is the agency's 4th priority exception request. It is the Digital Archives Program biennial upgrade and annual license support. It's an ongoing general fund request of $155,098 a biennium. The Wyoming Digital Archives was developed in partnership with ETS. It provides enterprise level implementation of electronic records. The existing committed support for the program ended in August of 2021, and the extended support will end in August of 23. We require contracted services to upgrade and maintain these agreements with user licenses. Hopefully, the software requires expert installed upgrades and user license, as I said. So we're hopeful that we can continue with this enterprise program of digital archives, and ETS has approved the budget exception as well as the governor recommended approval. Seeing no questions, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the cultural resources side, and I'll bring up the parks deputies to help me with any questions you might have on Division 400.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, before we leave cultural resources, I'd like to go back to that page 38 on that request for archaeologists, for anthropologists of human remains recovery. I've got a couple more questions there, Sarah. If human remains are found and you are called in and you remove them and then come in and do the evaluation of them, they're not indigenous, they're European descent. What then happens to them? And whose responsibility does the burden of that fall on your agency as well?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, typically we would try to find descendants of that individual. Sometimes it can be done, sometimes it can't. In the case of the soldier that we found, it's an interesting case. We probably have found descendants from that individual. There were indications of, there weren't that many people in the territory at the time, frankly, and it was not too difficult a task to figure out who that individual was. So we work with the families to deal with how they will handle the human remains moving forward. In the case of the child that ended up being kind of anonymous, we leave that up to the coroner's office and the county to deal with the human remains after we have determined we cannot decide who the descendants are.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to better understand the whole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good.
So actually, back to the soldier, because this sounds more interesting than many. So
Then what?
I'm not going to take the bait there, Drew, Mr. Chairman. So do you record, I mean, because this now has historical significance. So does this now become part of the archival library?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, absolutely. And that's part of the reason why it takes so long to do the report writing after this is done, is that it is part of the historical record. It'll be kept on file in the state archaeologist's office and in the State Historic Preservation Office, so that anyone can access that. It's public information at this point. And yes, it was a very interesting case.
Where is he from, Mr. Chairman? Where is he from?
I don't know who the individual was, where he was originally from, but the stage station was Deer Creek Stage Station. And, you know, some of the very interesting things about the pathology of this individual were, you know, besides the fact that we found buttons and things relating to the fact that he was military, there were also indicators of age and occupation based on trauma to like the vertebrae. That is typically seen in people who have ridden horses their whole lives. So we were able to make a pretty good determination of who this individual was. You know, we had enough remains of skeletal remains to determine height, age, those kind of things as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll transition to Division 400 State Parks, Historic Sites and Trails and Outdoor Recreation. While they're coming up, that division is found on page 60 through 95. We'll start with Unit 401, which is the administration unit, found 61 through 64. The governor did recommend approval of the standard budget, and this unit does not have any exception request. Not seeing any questions.
Please.
I had a question from some of my community and they went to try and buy their annual pass for state parks. And so they called in to see if they could get it here at like right at the end of December, or right after the first year, anyway, right in that time frame. And they called in and told that they thought that those would not be available until like February or end of February or March. Is that so? It's how do we do that? And I mean, that just surprises me.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'm going to let Deputy Director Nayland, he's been intimately involved in this issue, and let him describe what happened, what led up to it, and also what we're doing to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Mr. Chairman, Nick Nealon, Deputy Director. The permits were printed at the usual time we go out every year for printing, or the contract, the RFP was put out for the permits. We awarded the contract to a printer. They informed us not long after that their printing machine broke. And so we had to go to procurement to ask if we could use a backup bidder. We went to the backup bidder, said, we'll give you the contract if you do it for the same price. They agreed to that. Then they did the job incorrectly and sent us stickers without the numbers on the back. So our selling agents could not identify the number of the permit they were selling. So we've gone back out again to get them reprinted. We should have them all by the end of this month. And we are already moving forward to print the 2023 stickers so we don't have a repeat of the same mess.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we too have felt some of those calls, as you can imagine. And I put it upon Nick and his team to do whatever we can to not have this happen. I mean, this is a volley of things or folly of things that have happened that we haven't seen previously. And so I'm not laying blame, but we definitely need to ensure that this doesn't happen. It's a huge revenue stream for us in December, that Christmas present item, that first of the year, that early bird special. I mean, we see a significant amount of our sales. Not only we start seeing that revenue in our coffers, but it's a good public service to our consumers that use that early birds. And so we're trying to ensure that that doesn't happen again.
Mr. Chairman, it's also true that the permits, while the physical permits at the selling agents weren't available, we have been selling permits the entire time through our online selling agent. So anybody who wanted to go camping or use the parks for the day use this time of the year could still get a permit with a number. You wouldn't get the physical permit until the problem was fixed, but you would still get your number to use it. Additionally, we always give people a 30-day grace period at the beginning of the year to give them time to buy their new permit. So anybody that has a 2021 permit, it's still good right now.
Or at least, Mr. Chairman, you won't get hassled by law enforcement.
Maybe you'll have to add a month to it.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, and so while we're on the administration one, just the other thing that, so I appreciate that. It's life and stuff happens. So I appreciate that. And I'll report back. The other thing that kind of has come up is out at, I noticed when I was traveling to Cody and back earlier this week, and then I've also seen it on right there on the lower campground below Boyson, just between Boyson and you get in the Wind River Canyon. So I'm there, and then also they're out at Edna's Kimball Park in Cass. You have all these little hut things. Well, they're not. You might call them yurts, but they're just like little mini houses, right? Sheds, or what's the plan with all those things?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, a lot of what you're seeing there are tiny homes, or what we call camping cabins. And the intent is to get them out into the system. We do a market research every 5 years with all our consumers. And that's one of the things that have been a hot seller, the yurts, the camping cabins that we see out in our system. If you're not familiar with what they are, they're basically, you don't have to have an RV. You just rent one of these. It's a glorified hotel room with no water. You may have electricity, you may not, but it's a place to stay. It's a hard-sided tent, so to speak. And so the intent after the market research was to get more of these out into the system. Over the pandemic in the last couple of years, our yurts and our camping cabins have been booked more than we've ever seen them. And so the need for adding extra capacity was there. And so we were fortunate enough to utilize some of the funding to purchase those, and they will be installed going into the next year. Where you're seeing them possibly at Boysen as well as at EKW is they were a good dropping point. They all won't be going where you're seeing them probably right now. They're just good centrally located. Some will go at EKW, some will go at Boise, where you saw them, but a lot of them will be dispersed throughout the state. Just, they were a good dropping point for the supplier and for us to make sure that we could do a good inspection on them before we paid them.
Well, and follow, Mr. Chairman, and so is there, how do those end up not becoming permanent residences for various individuals? How do you deal with that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we have a 14-day
14
limit
day, the 14
on,
day
so
limit
you
applies.
can't move into one, as well as it might not be financially feasible for you to do it. I think we charge $40 a night, which is still pretty low. So it might not be financially feasible for what we offer in them, which might be just a convenience outlet so you can charge your phone. So they're pretty basic right now.
So I could see this as a solution to Teton County's housing crisis. I'm not, that's not where I'm gonna head right now.
Yeah.
So these sound like pretty much very basic forms of camp building. Have you looked into the slightly higher end? Because I know that's glamping is becoming increasingly popular and you can charge significantly more than $40 a night. Have you all looked into that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we have, and we do have some areas, and you guys can correct me, but I know we have some wall tents that are a little bit more nicer than some of these. But glamping is definitely something that has come up in market research that our consumers want. And so we're definitely always looking forward to trying to see what we can do to provide the consumer what they want for a fair price. And whether or not we can get them financially within our capital improvement program, that's always the key. That's the balance that we try to stay on. From that, trying to shift a little bit back to your original comment about housing, that's a significant issue for state parks. We have a hard time getting seasonal employment. Let's say Seminole State Park, it is literally in the middle of nowhere. And without providing some kind of housing, it's tough to get seasonal employees to come work for us for the rates that we pay. And so, and not to say that we want to increase that rate of pay significantly to draw people, but what we're finding is that if we can build housing similar to what your concerns are up at Teton County, we built dormitories at Glenda, we built dormitories at Seminole, we used RVs. We went out and purchased RVs to just put in the backyards of our residences that are on these parks, just to provide those opportunities for employees to come. It broadens our ability to recruit. We can now go to the University of Wyoming. We can go to other natural resource programs within the country that have outdoor rec, park management related programs, and recruit them to come and work for us for the summer, provide them a place to stay. They're probably going to stay a little bit longer than the 2 weeks that somebody we hire from the corner and say, hey, we need yards mowed, we need toilets cleaned. We'll give you a little bit of education on how to run a park. Those people usually will last maybe a month at most, and then we're back out recruiting. And so utilizing some housing opportunities, we're able to recruit and give these people a potential internship-esque type experience for the summer in hopes that we can keep them all year or all season long and reduce that seasonal turnover rate, which you guys are seeing as well. I think everybody's seeing, but that's a lot of why I tear off that is some of these tiny homes, albeit very rudimentary in their living space, there's no water, there's no sewer. We could very easily put them in the headquarters complex and they can walk over to headquarters and use the facilities there. So those are other things that we're contemplating to ensure that we can provide the services that we need to. Anecdotally, the last 2 years at Glendale State Park, our largest visited park, normally has 6 to 10 seasonals. The last couple of years, they've been operating on 1 to 2. Just you can't find the employment or the employees for the rates that we're paying for everything else that's going on in the country. And so those permanent staff up there at Glendale were humping it all the last 2 years to ensure that the consumers got what they deserved. And so we're really working hard to try to market for those employees, market for how to live in our system. So sorry, long drawn out question, but I appreciated the opportunity to talk about what we're trying to do. And thanks for.
So where would I, if I was looking at your budget, where would I see that? And do you need more spending authority to expand that capacity?
Mr. Chairman, representative, capacity for recruitment and retention, or capacity for growing our camping experience?
Well, for providing more housing for the seasonal employees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's in our capital construction. Our fees, if you remember, our fees are generated in our parks and historic sites. A couple of years ago or last year, a bill was put forward to increase the amount of money that we could spend on operations and maintenance to 60%. What that does is it takes, before we were using the fees to help us offset some of the budget reductions in maintenance and operations. All of that money was going towards improvements in things like this in our system. Now that we shifted to use up to 60% of our fees for operations and maintenance, obviously that money is not going into capital improvements. Now, you flip that, you'll see another exception request coming down the line. We've seen astronomically increase in visitation, which translates into higher revenue. We've also seen an increase in our fees, which with an increase in visitation, we have more money, revenue coming in from that perspective of using capital improvements on that, albeit it's still at 40% roughly. But that's the benefit that we have with the use of our fees. Will the visitation stay as high as we've seen it? We're hopeful. Our team has done a great job to showcase what the state parks has to offer. And we're hopeful that we'll see continued growth in our visitation. I think last year, 2021, we're pushing 6 million, 5.9-ish. 2020 was 5.8 million. 2019 was 4.4. So we've grown astronomically over the last 3 years, and we're proud of the team that has allowed us to get there.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On those many huts that you've purchased, you said you thought it was a good use of funds. What funds are you referring to? Are they your special revenue generated funds, or are they some federal funds that you use? And then will this be an increase in costs over time to maintain these facilities, both from an annual electrical bill to a new roofs and paint jobs on these facilities? And if so, can your budget sustain that kind of work to maintain these facilities going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. Good question. The answer to your the electrical bill question, our fees are set up that part of that fee goes towards paying that electrical bill. There's a portion in there that if you buy an electrical hookup at a campsite, $5 or what is it now, $10, that $10 goes into a pot to do exactly what you just said, pay that electric bill, and also set aside a little bit of money for if somebody forgets to unhook and they drive off and it rips that pedestal out and we need to do some other repairs. There's a pot there willing and capable to repair those things. It also is there to help with that ongoing maintenance of potential paint repair. But the 60%, up to 60% is also there to help with future maintenance costs. Our hope was in the design of these is that you try to decrease the amount of maintenance on the construction side. You put some low to no maintenance, albeit there's always maintenance, but you try to decrease that in the design and construction. So it minimizes future expense on that. There's always going to be some, but we have the opportunity within our fee structure to set aside maintenance dollars to try to compensate for paint, a siding that may have blown off or what have you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just what funds did they come from? That was your first question. We were fortunate enough in the CARES funding that came up to ask the governor for the opportunity to do an expansion of capacity because we've seen, like I said, I just got word that I said 6 million for 2021 is 6.9 million. So we went from 4.4 in 2019, 5.8 in 2020, and 6.9 in 2021. So we had the luxury of going out and doing an emergency capacity expansion at many of our parks to grow the opportunities for people to come and recreate at state parks, and then also go out and purchase potential future expansion with these permanent housing type, not permanent housing, but hard structured camping units, camping cabins at the parks that you'll see coming up this summer or this season.
You can stay in one on the way home.
Well, yeah. So which kind of leads me to a couple of additional questions. So I guess the two questions kind of in my mind is it's nice you don't have to bring the can't you get this or something, you can play that in the bag. You've got the shelter. So I mean that's one thing. At some point though, if depending on how lighted those things. So I'm just wondering how you strike that balance. One question. The other one is, it seems that with the difficulty that you're having, that everybody's having, finding labor to do things, that these will also increase the effort and the labor that's required at wherever they're located, because they have to be cleaned out. They're going to have to be cleaned, and if they're not disinfected, they're at least wiped down with in the current environment. So I'm just wondering what your policy or how you see that working out.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, the first question of how do we keep them at a level that they're not competing with local? Great question. I think just we don't have the infrastructure to make them much more than what they are. We're pretty remote. It's really difficult to put water and sewer in a lot of these locations of where we're at. Most of our campgrounds don't have sewer. I'd say pretty much very few of them, if maybe a handful of camping sites, not campgrounds, camping sites have sewer. Very few of them have water directly to the campsite that have group water. We're pushing pretty hard to get more electrical sites just because, again, consumer demand is looking to have more electrical hookups. Probably more for a health and life safety, more and more CPAP machines, more and more oxygen machines. That we have a rule that you can't run a generator after 10 o'clock. Well, some of these people require 24/7 electricity. And so the electrical sites are very necessary. And so I think just out of sure what we have and what we have ability to do at some of our state parks, it'd be difficult to do much more than these what these camping units have. Quite honestly, we don't have the infrastructure for the electrical on most of these tiny houses that we're putting solar. We're putting solar unit on top of the roof or adjacent to the building and running off of batteries overnight, just because the infrastructure is not there. So when I say convenience outlet to charge your phone, we might be stretching that a little bit. There might be an LED light that you can turn on, but it's and I'm not selling them very well for consumers that are listening, but I guess I'm emphasizing the need that there's it would be difficult for us to get too much bigger. You know, going back to Representative Schwartz's comment about glamping, there's definitely a place for that. And if we were to look further into the glamping or even going deeper into the camping cabin unit, we always go to our concessionaire if we have one close and offer that to let them operate it and let them rev share with us on that. To go to your next question, which is it's going to take more staff. Well, luckily, with that 60-40 split on our revenue, we are able to utilize some of those revenues to help hire seasonals to do some of that work. If we can't, or if a concessionaire isn't willing and able to, interested in being a private-public partnership on that, then we'll take it on ourselves.
Chairman?
Please.
The discussion of fees that we've had slightly this morning, how do you establish your fees in relation to the competing private sector in any given market? If you took Glendo, how do you make sure your camping fees are high enough that you're not stealing all the business away from the private campground, but still low enough that people show up? And then do you have graduated fees based on the location in the state? Obviously, Glendo is a very highly desirable park from in-state and out-of-state folks versus maybe Ennis Kimball, which is a little bit more localized. Do the fees change? And do you continually do a market study to make sure that your fees for each individual location are competitive and in line with that particular location, or is it statewide? How do you do all that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'll take a first stab at it, and then I'll let Nick and Dave back clean up. But we do every 5 years, we do our own market research, not only on what the consumers want, how we're doing, but also a price elasticity of what our consumers, both in-state and out-of-state residents, to find out the elasticity of whether we can increase or whether we're too high. We also do a regional analysis surrounding states on where our fees are in comparison with them. We do not do dynamic pricing at this point. We were trying several years ago when we had one of the last fee increases. We also had the ability to do flex. You all set a cap of our fees and allowed us to operate underneath that cap by rule. And the intent, or the idea, at least on our side, was that we would someday get to that dynamic pricing where we could say Glendo is more expensive than EKW, which is more expensive than Seminole. 4th of July, it's 4 times as much, that. However, operating under that cap, I mean, we're getting pretty close to the cap, if not at the cap on our non-resident side. So we might have to come back in and take a look at our fee structure again at some point down the future. Look at those caps. Yes, the competitive side against the adjacent private campgrounds is something that we do in part of that analysis as well. I don't know if that answered all of your question or.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
One follow-up, and really it's more on the fee side than the consumer needs side. Would it make more sense to review that annually versus every 5 years? Especially knowing that your competitors, being the private side, they're reviewing their pricing annually. And if we look at 2019 to 2021, if you went from 4.4, I think you said, to 6.9 million, you knew people wanted to get out a lot more. Would it have not made sense? If you were looking at that annually, it seems you would have known that you could have increased those prices in 2020 and 2021 and maybe been at $10 million in 2021 because due to usage and an increased fee because you are reviewing it annually instead of every 5 years. What are your thoughts on looking at it more regular?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. Yes, in a perfect world, we would be able to do market research annually. It takes a lot of time and a lot of money to do that. Not to say that you're right, having better information could have made us more money. Absolutely. I think everybody was caught on 2020. I would have never have guessed we would have seen, 1.4 million increase in 1 year. We've been predominantly seeing 10% increase every year. So we felt that our market research was doing us just right with our pricing. 10% increase every year. I think any private sector, public sector would like to see that 10% increase every year. Now you see 30, 40% increase because of a pandemic. I think it caught us off guard. But I still think for the local citizen, our elasticity, we would have seen probably a lot of red flags coming from local citizens on any price elasticity increase. Yes, we can charge data staters more. However, by some of our federal dollars that we receive, we're limited to only charging half of what we charge out-of-state residents. So to increase out-of-staters, I have to increase in-staters. And so it's definitely a tug of war with us on trying to ensure that we find the right price point for our consumers, that we're not seeing a decrease in our visitation while still being competitive from a revenue perspective, not competitive on a public-private competitiveness. But
Mr. Chairman,
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, Representative Stitt.
Director Westby, could you follow up just a bit on the dynamic pricing? Is that something that you are doing? Is it something you want to do so that getting a day permit at a state park will be like pricing for Uber or at a hotel or something?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that's kind of the intent. There are several, and Nick is on a board with the National Association of State Park Directors, and he could probably speak a little bit more on what some of the other states are doing in terms of dynamic pricing. It's more, we do not do it right now. We would have to go through a rule process to grant us the ability to flex those fees as we go through the year, go through the day, or go through the park individually. But it's definitely an option for us to look into that could potentially answer some of Representative Walter's comments about, how could we generate more revenue by doing that? It's a beast to try to get through with we have an annual pass that is $1 amount, regardless of where you go within the state, it's $1 amount. Then you add in camping. Well, in-staters are the only ones that have camping permits. You start doing dynamic pricing, that kind of changes the needle on whether or not we offer an annual pass or not. And so there's a lot of things that we juggle with every day to try to think through that dynamic pricing piece to see if there's a way for us to do it efficiently and effectively.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator.
thanks. Director, just to kind of close this up a little bit, you talk about doing more research, market analysis, market research, and then you talked about adding more units in places where you think based on that research. Where do you get that research? When you get that information, do you share that then with maybe say, and this is going back to what the chairman was talking about, maybe with the local business development agencies to say, hey, this is a place that really is, there's a need here that maybe the private sector doesn't know about, or even to the point where you talk to local businesses in town about renting the equipment that that people could use in those little yurts of sleeping bags and whatever else that they could maybe rent. So to try to get some synergy that way. Do you guys talk, I know you meet with your other partners on that, but just can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Senator, thanks for that. Obviously, we work really well and really closely with our agency partners, Office of Tourism, Game and Fish, State Lands, Business Council, on trying to ensure that we all have the right data. The cross connection with the private sector, with the local communities, is that crosswalk over to the outdoor rec office where they're doing the outdoor rec collaboratives, where they're utilizing all that data that we've gained, what we've seen within our industry, but also what we have with our agency partners, and utilizing that around the table with those community supporters or community leaders in those outdoor rec collaboratives to help them from a grassroots perspective determine what they want. Prime example, internally, we have a GIS coordinator that goes out and does heat maps of where all the campsites are within the state of Wyoming. We found a very dark hole of no camping or low camping in Southwest Wyoming, and especially with obviously state parks. We don't have any camping in Southwest State Park or Southwest Wyoming. So we were able to utilize that data in the Outdoor Rec Collaborative in Southwest Wyoming to showcase that there is a need for camping, whether it's a state park or whether it's a private campground, whether it's a new outdoor rec something, there is a need for camping in this area, and it could draw not only local residents, but it could draw significant tourism from outdoors, out of state tourists, out of state recreationists to that area. And so that spurs that conversation of, is it something that the public sector or the private sector wants to develop on their own as an entrepreneur, or is it something that needs to be expanded with an existing private and or public, or is it a brand new, we would like a state park here? And so utilizing all that data along with our agency partners, hopefully we're able to develop that solution that's going to make that be successful.
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. Darren, so along that line and the illustration you give of those dark spots, maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Right.
Every experience shouldn't be the same, quite frankly. There's a whole group of people that use outdoor recreation that don't want to have all the RV camps and the facilities and the side-by-sides and all of that stuff there. So how do you calculate that into your analysis? And, one of the things that we've heard on the Governor's Wildlife Task Force is a lot of this outdoor recreation is starting to cause significant impacts in the state of Colorado. So just because there's a dark spot there doesn't mean that we need to go out there and develop a whole bunch of what I would say developed recreational opportunities. So how are you working that into your whole matrix of consideration and stuff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, thank you for the opportunity and teeing this up for me.
I'm sorry.
No, it's something, Mr. Chairman and Senator, it's something that we grapple with all the time. And I know I work with Director Bud on a regular basis, and he had the same question, right? He goes, we have critical habitat, we have migration corridors, and we don't have to have outdoor recreation everywhere. Absolutely, you're 100% correct, and we don't want it everywhere. However, they're everywhere right now. They're here. They're not coming. They're here. And it's our job. We feel it's our job with outdoor recreation is to let's get a handle on it now before it becomes an issue. Those dark spots that we want to remain dark, we have the ability to help direct and guide the future outdoor recreation for the state of Wyoming. Those critical migration corridors or critical habitat, we have the ability to try to quarterback and develop and decide where some of these recreation pieces are going. If we're getting overloved, if we're creating an issue, maybe we create a concentrated recreation area close and then educate the heck out of them so they don't go into that area that we're so concerned with. And I've already kind of spoke a little bit to what Dave, his comments and how he always, he does an EDC, it's called EDC. But I'll let him talk about a little bit that might tee up a little bit what to help you understand that what we're trying to accomplish with the Office of Outdoor Recreation and the funds that we're trying to go after to help develop the future of the state of Wyoming. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, Dave Glenn, Deputy Director of State Parks. I'm a dispersed camper. I like to get out in the middle of nowhere and not have neighbors for myself. So I totally respect that. I want to reiterate what the director said is they're here and they're coming and we need to get a handle on that. So really what we try and focus on is educating folks. In a lot of your country, you're in core sage-grouse habitat, critical deer winter range. Somebody's parking on a spring that's the closest water for 10 miles. Sage-grouse aren't going to come in and drink. Deer aren't going to come in and drink. So how do we educate folks on how to do that if they are going to be dispersed camping? And then the second piece is dispersal. How do we move people across the state? If the winds are getting overloved, how do we move them to the west side of the Wyoming range? How do we move them to the Black Hills? How do we move them to places that are not being overloved? And then I think there's a concentrate piece as well, and that's what the C is. So if in Southwest Wyoming, say out of Evanston and critical deer winter range, and there's a lot of OHVs potentially hurting that deer winter range, let's build a play park for them. Let's build a campground and a play park so our friends from the Beehive State can come over and spend their money in Evanston and have a great experience, a great time, but it's in 3 square miles where they're doing that. So that is something we struggle with every single day but it's our focus in the outdoor recreation office. I think there's a misnomer that we're just trying to bring people in, and we are, but we're trying to figure out how to manage them. We don't want to be the Front Range of Colorado. We don't want to be Colorado. How do we have our experiences that we want and why we live in Wyoming, while still allowing those people to come in and experience a piece of that, spend their money and go home?
So a follow-up on that, and I fully support what you're saying, but you're also with the Office of Outdoor Recreation, working with Wyoming Tourism. And I'm curious if you are able to encourage them to share that vision, because their mission is obviously a little different.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, absolutely, they're on board. And I'm not here to tell you we're not trying to bring people into the state. We're just trying to manage them. And Diane and her team have been ultra supportive in helping us figure out, which is, I know we'll get into some of these grants and other things. That's the whole idea on this. How do we concentrate people? How do we put them, how do we give them an experience in Wyoming that is dispersing or concentrating these folks? So they're 100% on board.
Mr. Chairman, to parlay on that, I don't want to villainize the tourist. I mean, it's our number 2 industry in the state of Wyoming. It's a significant revenue stream. And so I want to make sure that what we're trying to do in partnership with the Office of Tourism is to ensure that we do it strategically. We put them where we want them. We tell them how to recreate, educate them. And then, like Dave said, if we need to concentrate them to ensure strategically a safe space for critical range or what have you.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I mean, obviously, the last couple of years in Teton County, this issue is come up to a major part of the conversation as tourism has increased dramatically there. So, I mean, I am reassured to hear that at all levels, we are looking at this because we do want to protect the resource that is attracting the tourists in the first place.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And again, I think a significant reason why Director Schober and Office of Tourism, State Parks, Game and Fish, Office of State Lands, Business Council have all had an interagency, and Bob Budd with the WWNRT have had this interagency group is to try to do it strategically. We know we need more outdoor rec and tourism products. Right now, we're overloved in Northwest. We need more outdoor rec and tourism products so we can draw them. Like Dave was saying, we could draw them away from Northwest Wyoming, not in droves, but we can definitely have another several hundred arrows in the quiver to market and try to bring people to the state. Oh, and while they're here, hopefully you can hit 5 more things. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add one little piece to Senator Hicks's question. Senator Hicks, one of the other things that we are constantly doing is sitting down with Game and Fish and with Bob Budd with WWNRT. Just recently, we sat down and said, hey, let's create X's on the map where those places are being overloved. Then let's create a strategy on what we need to do to either disperse or concentrate those folks in those areas. So we're having discussions with them constantly on that as well.
Mr. Chairman, I think that wraps up the administration portion of 401. Hopefully, Mr. Chairman, the next exception request will go quick. It's unit 404, found on page 65. It is our agency's 7th priority exception request. It's an increased spending authority for the Land and Water Conservation Fund. It's an ongoing $3 million federal fund spending authority request. If you recall, or if you read in the paper last year, the Land and Water Conservation Fund was fully funded, not only the federal side, but the state side. And years ago, decades ago, we were probably seeing the $3 and $4 million a year or a biennium in disbursement of LWCF grants. Over the last probably 5 years, we've seen that dip down to about 1 million. And now with the fully funded, our portion is well, 4.3 million is what we're seeing coming in from Land and Water Conservation Fund. And so we're asking for this spending authority to get us back up to what we're going to be receiving in LWCF and Go Mesa.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Darren, on that 4.3 million and within this program, because this is, are all of these being just utilized as a pass through to those other local governments, or some of these funds being used on state parks and state internal expenditures versus pass through?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, it's a combination, but a majority of it goes out into the local communities. We do have the ability to apply for some of those funds, and we utilize them for some of our projects, larger projects to help scale, cost share some of our our fee funds to augment them. But for the most part, they're out into the local governments.
Is that an annual grant process? All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yes, it is a granting process that we have a team that reviews those grants and distributes them.
And just real quick, could you send me a list of the projects that have been funded in the last year and any applications that you have pending for those land and water conservation funds? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hicks will get that out as well. If there are any questions, the governor did approve this.
Go ahead.
Unit 411 motorboat gas tax found on 68 through 72. There is one exception request found on 67 and or 69 and 70. It's Wyoming. This is the unit is motorboat gas tax. The exception request is Wyoming Parks Emergency Communication Radio. It's a one-time, we requested 287,000 of other fund spending authority. This is to, if you recall last session, we put forward a request of $500 and some thousand to replace all the law enforcement radios. That was globally cut in half. This was our intent to get the other half. But luckily in working with WYDOT and several other LE agencies, we were able to do some strategic sourcing, get some bulk pricing on those, and we're able to get that reduced almost, well, more than 50% because of that strategic sourcing. And so the governor reduced our request down to 126,726 to with that strategic sourcing pricing in that, and obviously the governor did recommend approval on that. Seeing no questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to Unit 420, which is the Wyoming Trails Program. The governor recommended standard budget, and there's no request for exception in this unit.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
question on the state trails, Darren, and what we've seen with a number of these national forest management plans. Right now, we're looking at the Shoshone National Forest. We're seeing reduction of the areas available for snow machining. We've seen this on numerous forest plans and these federal land management plans where we're actually seeing a reduction of motorized access to a lot of these areas. And so what role does your agency play to coordinate submitting comments to the federal agencies regarding, we just talked about the need for more outdoor recreation, a diversity experience. But in some of these areas, we're starting to see a contraction under our federal land use plans. And so what are the efforts that your office does, particularly to coordinate with those local county commissioners and some of those local organizations, snow machining groups, off-road folks, about trying to maintain some of that access to those federal lands through those federal land use plans?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I know we're in constant communication with, we have a recreation action team that has all the federal agencies as well as the federal delegation, obviously the state executive branch. We meet regularly with that. We also have a cooperative agency group that meets on this. And then I'm going to let Dave kind of talk about probably more directive to exactly what you're talking about with the Office of Outdoor Recreation, what they do with these meetings and how we can help direct going into the future to address those issues.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, we'll use the Shoshone travel plan as an example. As you know, that's been going on for many, many years. We submitted 30 pages of comments on that. And we've been working closely with the Forest Service. We work closely with the county commissioners. We work very closely with the groups. They're submitting very similar. When you talk about snowmobile associations and OHV groups, essentially they kind of take our lead because we put a lot of energy and time into it. So what we submit, they'll usually submit something very similar with that, but we work very closely with them and we work closely with the federal agencies. They get where we're coming from. You're right, it's dropped down to about 30% for that forest on motorized, and we're going to keep hold of that as well. And we continue to have conversations with them throughout the state. We meet monthly with forest supervisors and actually regional leadership to have discussions just such as this.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
thank you. So David, follow up on that. So appreciate, and I really do appreciate that you really are engaged at the level you are, but is it having any impact?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I believe so. I really believe it does, because what we bring is tens of thousands of people making comments that are similar to this and participating. When we hit a roadblock, and this is the great thing with the Outdoor Recreation Office and some of these collaboratives, and I need to be careful here, but when we hit a roadblock with a certain district ranger or a certain individual, we have the ability to go around them. And that's the great thing about the Outdoor Recreation Office and these types of collaboratives. When you have a collaborative group that is sitting there going, we understand we want more non-motorized and we want more climbing, but we're going to support the climbing industry or the motorized industry as well, because they need to have their place to play. That plays a very huge and important role when you're having discussions with those types of folks. So we have the ability to essentially speed dial regional foresters and have conversations with them. And we have.
Relationships.
And build great relationships with those folks as well. So I do believe it makes a difference.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, seeing no more questions on trails, we'll go into park operations of Unit 450, which is page 79 through 90. The governor recommended approval of the standard budget. There are 4 exception requests with this unit. The first one's on page 82 and 83. It's the agency's second priority exception request. It's outdoor recreation and tourism interagency support and collaboration. It's an ongoing request, other funded request for $80,000. This is a partnership that you probably seen a couple days ago with the Office of Tourism in relation to the Office of Outdoor. I'm sorry, did I say 80,000? I'm sorry, 800,000. Thank you, Dave. The partnership with the Office of Tourism to ensure that we are doing everything. We have a fully executed office doing yeoman's work out into the state and into all of your communities to ensure that we're developing strategically, like we've talked about previously, to add more outdoor rec and tourism product within the state. The industry for outdoor rec is significant. And I think we've all seen and had already previous discussions on the importance of strategically doing it right, as well as the need for what the state needs for a revenue increase. Again, this is a mirror request from Office of Tourism. We will be utilizing some of this money for some positions, both seasonal and permanent positions. Some of the seasonal positions are the for the lack of a better term, concierge, people that will be going through the state and offering the opportunity to have conversation with the consumer, with the visitor, with the recreationist, education piece that Dave talked about, the dispersing piece where you can say, well, if you're too crowded here, why don't you try Seminole? It's not crowded, and pull up the reservation and find them a camp spot at the next location, whether it's a state park or a private park, private campground. Again, I think the big part of this piece is it's ongoing because we want to continue the good work that the office is doing right now to work with the outdoor rec collaboratives around each community. Right now, we have 7 communities that we've had outdoor rec collaboratives. Obviously, we have 12 more to go, 13 more to go to get this going. And it's going to be an ongoing cycle of, these things. Just because we're done with one outdoor rec collaborative doesn't mean that we walk out of that community. We try to stay involved with that community to see what happens going forward and help them try to find revenue streams or dollars to help put some of these ideas for outdoor recreation in their communities to task. And the governor, Governor Meade, previous governor, tasked our agency to go out and do an outdoor rec task force and just try to come up with a report of recommendations on what we can do as an outdoor rec industry to improve and diversify the state of Wyoming's revenue streams. And one of those was to create the Office of Outdoor Recreation. Well, fortunately, we have that passion in our agency and we took it on. We said, yes, we will do it and we will figure out how to do it. Over the last probably 5-7 years, we've been trying to find funding streams and find mechanisms in which to bolster this office to be successful, as opposed to Dave. It was Dave as an added duty when he was there, which Dave did a great job, but I stretched him pretty thin. And so having the ability to partner with the Office of Tourism to have a fully functioning office to do the work, to ensure that outdoor rec task force reported recommendation doesn't get dusty, to make sure that we're checking off the report of recommendations, to ensure that all these outdoor rec collaboratives not only get done within the communities, but also that those report of recommendations, a list of projects, don't get dusty and we actually see them come to fruition and we get more outdoor rec products within each of these communities. Mr. Chairman, I think we've talked a lot about the office. Definitely stand for more questions about the office if there are any.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate that comment, those comments, and I would, Director Westby, I would just say that I think the effort and the collaborative effort in my part of the world, up in Fremont County down towards the southwest, has been an overwhelming success and has really resolved a lot of issues with landowners, is in the process of resolving issues with leaseholders on other state properties. I think from the collaborative effort, we have a piece of legislation that we'll be considering that broadens the ability to have outdoor recreation on state lands. And so I think it's really been a success. But my question then comes back to you, David, is Senator Hicks and I talked to you about the decreased availability of motorized use and other opportunities on federal lands. Is the key component in this whole collaborative effort is to be able to use public lands, state and federal, in providing opportunities for outdoor recreation. And so as we see this restriction on or constriction of availability, not just in mountains, but in the desert too, on motorized and other activities, it puts more pressure on our state lands. And so I'll come back to you and ask is, with a reduction of 30% or whatever, how do we have your thoughts on how we somehow turn the tide on that to allow us to open up our spaces for people to recreate.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, thank you for the question. It's a softball for me. So thank you. I think I think of Government Draw, which is just outside in your district, which is a place where it's kind of no man's land, and a lot of straight different things happen where refrigerators are dropped off on BLM. There's a lot of shooting that's going on. There's a lot of ORV use. And the BLM looks at that and says, wow, we may have to close this. We may have to shut down the ORV use. This is a perfect example of what these collaboratives do. They go in and say, well, instead of having 40 places where people go out there and shoot and leave their litter, let's create a shooting range out there where we can attract people and a nice long range shooting range. Let's create an ORV trail that goes all the way up to Beaver Creek or Beaver Mountain, Beaver Rim, sorry, thank you. That goes all the way up to Beaver Rim and does a circular route that comes through Hudson as well. And those are the exact same things we're trying to do with those collaboratives. And I just want to clarify, it hasn't been a reduction of 30%. 30% of the Shoshone National Forest is available for motorized use. And I can't remember what that drop was. It wasn't substantial. Maybe Senator Hicks recalls for that Shoshone National Forest travel plan, but it dropped a few percentage points on that as well.
Mr. Chairman. Darren, and specific to the office. And so one of the things that I see here, we're seeing an expansion, you know, you're going to collaborate with the Department of Tourism. But I also see an expansion of the overall schematics of how big an industry this is and where we're headed with the state of Wyoming. There's money allocated in the WIP funds, you know, to the university to start a program in outdoor recreation. And now we're expanding this to the community colleges. And I don't know if it exists, but I would sure like to see a schematic of someplace of where we're headed with the program. So we're looking at a collaborative with the Department of Tourism now, and now we're setting up programs at our university and junior colleges. Your agency is the one that houses the outdoor recreation program, but I would like to, if there's something out there that you could provide to show where are all the other outreach programs, if we're doing this through WIP and setting up a curriculum, and now we're doing it at the junior colleges, how does this all integrate, fit together? Because right now, if I'm sitting here as an appropriator, I see a shotgun approach, and I'm trying to chase money from the WIP initiative to the Department of Tourism to the state parks, and I don't know where else we're involved with this. Is there a big picture schematic that says this is the way the structure works now? You know, and then where are we going? Sure. And who's going to be the primary coordinators at your office? And how are you going to interface with the university on an outdoor recreation program? So where does those funds, how many people does that take? What's the long-term outlook? Where are we headed with the growth? So that's what I really need to try to understand. Right now, my concern is it's scattered all the way through state government and our educational institutions, different agencies, different budgets. It would be very helpful for me as an appropriator to understand the big picture.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator, thanks for that question. And we're more than happy to try to put at least our thoughts down on paper. I'll give you at least my high level thoughts on the office outdoor recreation. Over the last probably 3 to 5 years, we've all racked our heads on diversification. What is out there for diversification? I look at my agency, and outdoor recreation is a significant opportunity for growth and expansion of visitors and tourism dollars. I look at the cultural resource side of the house. It's the livability piece of why you want to live in a community. So I'm very fortunate to be in an agency and lead an agency that has the products that we feel has the ability to help take the state into the future with not only revenue, but seeing that mass exodus of our youth, seeing the mass exodus of our people leaving the state. We have the ability to turn that and do whatever we can to ensure that it's going in a good direction. Not only, again, revenue, but for our communities and for our people. And so our push with the Office Outdoor Recreation is to, and it may feel a little scattered right now, at least, and it should be statewide. The Office Outdoor Recreation is trying to not just focus on Southwest or Northeast or Northwest. They're going everywhere within the state in everybody's communities to try to bolster the ideas and the thoughts to ensure that we have success with improvements going into this future. The reason that you might feel that there's some disjointedness with partnering with the Office of Tourism is they have a funding stream. We don't. We've been coming for the last, I don't know how many years and how many sessions, budget sessions, asking for ways to fund the Office Outdoor Recreation. Call it creative. I call it survival, because I think our state is in a situation where we need to turn the corner on revenue streams. And I do believe that outdoor recreation and tourism has a way to at least not shore up that leg, but at least fill the leg a little bit better than anything else that we've been working on. And so
program and outdoor recreation. And then just a little more about the $40 million in the ARPA for outdoor recreation grants.
Okay.
So you start to see my concern. We've got money in WHIP, we've got money in ARPA, we've got community colleges and universities setting up outdoor recreation programs.
sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Tourism.
You know, and I can't speak on behalf of the University of Wyoming, but I know the program in which that they're trying to expand upon with the Hobbs School of Tourism, Outdoor Rec Tourism program is to ensure that as our programs are growing, as we start seeing an increase in outdoor recreation, we're going to have actual employees to fill those spots. You're looking at change of, again, I talk about our seasonal employment. We have very few people to hire currently. Hopefully with this new program, and not only the community colleges, but the University of Wyoming, now we have a pool to draw from to ensure that we have those employees. Now, if we continue to develop the product, we have more product, then we can keep those people in Wyoming after they graduate because we have the product. We have the goose that is the wide open spaces that we have in Wyoming. We definitely don't want to kill it with like you said, with overuse and over recreation. Again, the office will then strategically start working with the University of Wyoming, which we already are. We're already helping them develop their curriculum. We're already helping them even teach some courses over there in that program to ensure that we're even moving it into a ranger program as well, or not moving it into, but adding a ranger program into it. So there is a ranger component within that school to ensure that when we are hiring law enforcement rangers to be at a state park or in a national forest or what have you, that they're being trained to be, ranger first, to ensure that we have that customer service that we all want at our park versus what you would get somewhere else in a law enforcement perspective. And so the time, Senator, is that there might be a little cart before a horse, but we have to move sometime. I don't want to come back in 2 more years and have the same conversation and then say we wish we would have. We're at that pressing point right now that we can make a significant impact for the state of Wyoming if we move now. And then to talk to you about the $40 million in the ARPA request, it's statewide outdoor recreation grant program. It's a really bad acronym. It's called SORPIG. But hopefully it sticks in your head that it's important. The whole point of that is to utilize all these outdoor rec collaboratives that are going around the state. These guys are coming up with a list of really great outdoor rec product ideas, but there's no funding. There's no way to fund them. And so this SORPIG grant program will have the opportunity to, and Dave is in the process, Dave and Nick are in the process of developing the grant process in which these communities can apply for a grant and show some matching perspectives on that to try to get these projects off the ground. A lot of the issues that we're seeing is great ideas. They could be transformational, but they may not have the funds to take them to fruition. So that's the hope for the ARPA 40 million that the governor recommended.
Mr. Chairman. Just a question on that. If these are such good ideas and they probably are, how is your collaboration with private industry? And if they're profitable, wouldn't private industry like to be a part of that or start that themselves? And so how are you working? Maybe we don't need as much grant funding. Maybe private industry will pick that up and run with it if it's a profitable venture. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thanks for that question. And yes, we're working with the Business Council as well. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity to ensure that the private sector, well, and I'll say the private sector is included in a lot of these collaboratives. I mean, we're inviting them to be at the table because I think one of them, we walked in and said, who wants to be the next millionaire? I mean, you think about some of the opportunities that we're trying to present, some of the outfitters, some of the guides, some of the people that could come into Southwest Wyoming. I know I keep going back there, but it's a good example. There's an opportunity to provide an outdoor mecca there that is rivals Moab, Fruita, Colorado area. It has the ability and we have the space to do it strategically without killing that goose that laid the golden egg. We can do it well. However, we know that we are not outfitters. We're not guides. We're not that private sector concessionaire at the side, but they're at the table and I asked them, who wants to be the next millionaire? And they all raise their hand. They want to be the next millionaire. However, they need some seed money. So working with the business council, they're proposing a potential grant program for this, where some of these private companies can ask for a matching grant or a low interest loan so they can get their business off the ground to complement some of the potential outdoor rec products that we have or what the communities are trying to develop.
Okay, anything else? You know, finish up your budget or is that?
I will try, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Let's get on this bike and ride.
Yes. The next one is kind of parlays off of the previous one. This is actual preliminarily, this is a $2 million partnership from the Office of Tourism. This was developed and put in the budget prior to our success of getting the governor's opportunity to put in for ARPA as well. And I guess, not to side note, but the governor asked me to lead up to goal number 6 for ARPA, which is improve outdoor recreation and enhance wildlife. And I want to tell you the partnerships that we've made with other agencies and other communities in the development of that list was nearly $1 billion request just out of goal 6. Unfortunately, the strike team had $5 billion worth of goals or proposals to narrow it down, and we're able to, I say fortunately, goal 6 was able to have some of that resolve. And so this $2 million is again the partnership from Office of Tourism to start some of that seed money projects for some of those collaboratives, get out there and try to check mark some of these projects off the list. And the governor did approve this project.
So Darren, how do you become a member of the Office of Outdoor Recreation, and who's on it? Who selects it? How are they replaced? Who do they report to?
Mr. Chairman, it is all internal staff right now. It's we had a manager up until last week. We're in search for a replacement right now. We have 2 permanent individuals that just came on last year. And we have potentially 6 seasonals that we'll hire throughout the year.
So they're all based in your office?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Going on to the next exception request is our agency's 10th on page 85. It's an increased spending authority for the Parks Enterprise resale operations. It's an ongoing request, a little over $70,000 of other fund. This is just the enterprise accounts for the bison herds, some of our gift stores that we have throughout our system. And this is about the amount of money that we've been receiving predominantly every year or every biennium. So we eliminated B11 by putting this in the standard budget, and the governor approved recommendation on this request. No questions on that. We'll go to the agency's 11th priority, which is found on 86. It's a spending increase authority request for the Wyoming Pioneer Museum. It's an estate and memorial donation. It's an ongoing request of $10,000 of other fund spending authority. This is a estate that we receive, like I said, about $5,000 a year from that estate. Predominantly, we've been going after B11s every time we wanted to spend it. Again, this is a standard budget request to try to eliminate the B11. The governor did approve this. Not seeing any questions, Mr. Chairman. We'll move on to Unit 490, which is found on page 91 through 95. This is state park maintenance. The governor did recommend approval of the standard budget. The first And the one exception request for this unit is found on page 93. It's the agency's number one priority exception request, and it's increased spending authority, special revenue maintenance and operation. It's an ongoing request of 1.4 million other funds. This again is our fees. I think Representative Walters, we kind of talked through this one a little bit earlier. I know Senator or Co-Chairman Perkins, we brought forward a little bit amendment last year, and that when we asked for the 60% and the definition change, there was an amendment to sunset this. And I know we talked with Senator Steinmetz on this. It gives us the opportunity to come back and talk to you maybe in the interim about how this percentage is going and how the definition is going. And we welcome that opportunity maybe in this interim to come back and talk to you about that sunset. We do feel that we have the opportunity to massage that 60%, the up to 60%. We feel that some of our expenses and some of our revenues are balancing, that we might be able to lower that up to percentage if necessary. I like the up to part. It gives us that flexibility. If we need it, we have it. If we don't, we don't. We put it back into capital construction. Anyway, we welcome that opportunity to come back and talk to you about that sunset and seeing what we can to possibly eliminate it and modify that law. And the governor did obviously approve this request. And Mr. Chairman, there are no questions. I think that's it.
That was fun, extra hour. All right, any other questions? All right, Aaron, thank you. Appreciate your time and effort.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, committee, thank you very much for your time and all your effort. I know we're the last ones, and hopefully that's good. But really appreciate all your effort, what you do for the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's take a 10, 15-minute break, and we'll be back for E&I. So we are back. I hear that Tricia is hiding out with her son someplace. Is that correct? Is that right? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. That's
There
correct. I
she
believe
is.
she's online.
Good morning, Chairman Nicholas, Co-Chairman Perkins, and members of the JC. I do apologize. My name is Patricia Bach, Director of A&I. I do apologize for not being present. Unfortunately, this was the week my son decided it would be a good week to have COVID. So I'm quarantined with him. And but hopefully we can get through this quickly. And I have everybody in the room, all the experts are in the room. So if something happens with me, they can certainly answer your questions. We're here today for our callback related to risk management generally. We have included 4 documents related to other specific questions that have were raised during our budget. And those documents, hopefully you have in front of you, there are 4. But I also wanted to let you know, first I'm going to introduce who's at the table. Deputy Director Russ Noel, CFO Rory Horsley. Behind her, you have GSD Administrator Coleman. And next to Deputy Director, you have the Risk Manager, Aaron Edwards. I'm sorry, Administrator Coleman is directly next to the risk manager as well. And we also have Aaron Williams, HRD Administrator, and Program Manager Jared Hansen in the room. And like I said, I'll generally let them answer your questions. But I did want to let you know that we were listening yesterday, and I thought I would address the 3 questions on DOC. Is that something that you would like me to do quickly? I think we could get that out of the way very quickly.
Sure, go ahead.
So I believe that Co-Chairman Perkins was confused on the step 1 of only being $40,000. And I wanted to explain that a little more in detail. You're absolutely correct. It's 38 and change $1,000 for the step 1, which is the move to min. The reason that that is so low is because in 2019, when we moved the pay tables and then also instituted the step plan at DOC, we were able to get them off of the minimum number. So when we moved the pay tables this time, there are not as many folks at the minimum that have to move. So we took our cue from JAC back then, and so did DOC, to fix that problem, which is why you see only 38,000 there. So that was as a result from the 2019 adjustments we made with DOC. So I think that was the one question. The second question is, could the $3 million be flexible in the step 2? Unfortunately, no. So within the market adjustment, there are sideboards included. So what that means is there is a specific plan for each agency to make sure that it is a fair process. And that involves their PMIs, that involves how far they are from market. So the short answer is no, it's not flexible. However, Director Shannon had submitted his request for the 1.5 million prior to knowing that A&I was working on the market adjustment with the governor's office. So what we would recommend, or what I would recommend, is that HRD, I don't think they have the numbers yet. They were working on it last night, and I'm not sure they got it done. And Aaron can address that. But we think that we can give you an idea if that 1.5 million is needed after the market adjustment, because we have the detail for each employee in each classification. So I think one of the questions, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who asked it, is do you really need this? I believe it might've been the chairman after the market adjustment. We can answer that question for you. I believe we're going to have maybe a couple more hours to get that answer. So those are the 3 questions that I gleaned from the DOC discussion. And if you have any other questions, I can wait and see if we can clear that up.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, please.
Thanks. So Trish, I mean, so in particular, we get down to the one issue is so that after, my understanding was, or my recollection of the testimony yesterday was that when they got done with the market adjustment, that ultimately it put them back kind of in the same, you actually ended up with a lower starting wage at WSP and Rollins, which has been a consistent, very difficult, it's been very difficult to find correctional officers to staff the WSP and Rollins. And we actually end up with where we end up with that, if I remember right, the starting wage ends up actually being lower than what they're paying now for starting wage, which will exacerbate the problem and just make it all that more difficult. It sounds like they need a $2 or $3 an hour differential to get people to staff WSP. So that's kind of in a nutshell what I kind of understood the problem to be, is they just cannot find at the current levels, even after the market adjustments, they're not going to be able to staff WSP and Rollins for multiple reasons. Most, a lot of it has to do with labor pool and housing, but certainly they can't even attract applicants at the current wage levels.
Chairman Nicholas,
Go ahead.
Co-Chairman Perkins, I'm not sure that's what will happen after the market numbers. That's why I would like to have the market number after the 1.5 million. So I can't come up with a scenario where it's going to be lower. But I do think that Erin Williams, we have two Erins today. Erin Williams, when she talks a little bit more about comp, she can clear that up if she has additional information, but I can't see how the market adjustment is going to make the wage lower. So, and I think what you mean is maybe it's not going to be as much of a differential between the Penn and Torrington. And maybe that's part of the issue. So I want to be able to have the exact number so I can work with you and Dan Shannon to make sure that we're all on the same page. So there's no confusion going forward, but I think we can get that done very quickly.
And thanks, Trish. And so, I mean, so when we start budget markup, when we get to, that's the information we need next week. When we start budget markup, when we get to Department of Corrections, we need to kind of figure out what that is, because we've got to help solve that problem. And as you know, I mean, they're paying tons of overtime to get people to move people in there. They're paying them overtime, they're paying per diem, and it's incredibly expensive versus finding people who actually can work and live locally. So thank you.
So, and just to follow up on that, so my notes have that it's basically 1790 on the other facilities. Starting wages now 1906 in Rollins. They want to take that up to about 2222 for a starting wage in Rollins. Does that sound correct?
Chairman, I believe that's what I understood when the testimony happened yesterday. That's what I understand that number to be.
So the first thing that we need to know is it going to be a problem, or are there issues with A&I? If they have kind of a bi-level system where Lusk and Rollins have a different pay scale based upon the circumstances than the other three facilities, and or how they have to, does that have to go through you? Can they just do it? Or how do you have to collaborate in order to, let's assume that we grant everything that they've asked for. What do you have to do to implement it?
Chairman Nicholas, that is not a problem. That is currently happening right now. We have approved that right now for the Penn to have a different wage than Torrington. So for example, if, as they discussed yesterday, you have some folks in Torrington and they go down to Rollins for a day, they make a different wage that day. So that is not a problem. We have worked extensively, or HRD has worked extensively with DOC to try to fix some of these issues. So we are aware of the issues, and we're hopeful that we'll come back and say, hey, they need the 1.5 million to do what they need to do to get people in Rollins. And we don't have a problem with that at all. We just want to make sure you have the correct numbers on where it's going to land. if and when the market adjustment is approved, so that we can give you what that looks like for DOC at the Penn and Lusk. And we want to give you those exact numbers.
And so does your office track, let's assume that we do this. Will your office be tracking whether or not they actually increase their employment status, reduce their overtime, and then kind of do an analysis of if it's working, if it's not working? Because at some point in time, you might be able to pay double overtime and you might not get any more employees show up. So we can make, as best we can, a more than just an educated guess on whether or not we're doing the right thing or not.
Chairman Nicholas, absolutely. And a little plug for the HR consolidation. That is exactly what we are able to do. And we were able to do that in the past as well. It was a little more difficult. But with the consolidation or centralization, we are able to do that even easier. So we will be able to track that, and it can be reported. We'll track it together with DOC and report it back to the JAC. That's definitely that's something we could do for you.
So the other thing that we haven't really talked about is with this overall increase in the pay raises for state employees, 55 million. Does that have an impact on the amount contributed to retirement and what their contribution rate is or what their obligations are? In other words, are there any tangential costs that will creep into the budget other than just a pay raise?
Chairman Nicholas, I am going to say tentatively no, but turn it over to the budget department. I don't think there's anything outside of that. The benefits would not go up unless there was an increase. And then retirement would not go up generally for the state unless there was an increase. The percentage might go up a little bit because they're getting paid a little bit more, but that's the employee side of it. And Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Chairman, she's correct. The incremental retirement as a percentage, along with FICA and the other benefits, the 24%. Remember, basically, we have a 40% benefit, but the difference between the 24 and the 40% is easy, and that's flat. That won't change because that's just a flat fee. So the normal benefits that we have on a payroll will come along. And that is included in the calculation that we provided you.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So, I mean, we saw this a number of years ago when teacher salaries went up so fast right in the early 2000s. And then what happened was those salaries got bumped up very quickly. And then all of a sudden you went to that, I think at that point we modified quite a bit of that, but my recollection back then, you took the top three of the last 5 years, and that's what your compensation was based on. And what had happened is salaries rose so fast that the contributions were never able to keep up, and so we ended up with a significant hit to the big fund, the big retirement plan, because of that. Now, I think that's what my co-chairman's getting at, and so I just. One of those things there where, but I don't think this is spread so broadly. I don't know that it's going to apply there, but that's the concern, that we don't end up with having to make huge contributions to buff up the big plan again.
Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely correct. And I can demonstrate this in a polarized fashion. The big plan, we will add contributions to retirement to the big plan for a 23-year-old or a 61-year-old. In the big plan, and that will add to the retirement contribution. And then you're correct about the last 3 years is the basis for that. But the polarization would be this: fireman A with no contributions or a limited number versus the big plan. If you look at it from that perspective, it's de minimis on the big plan.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Kevin, maybe you can explain or the director, either one. So it's not just the retirement, it's those federal payroll taxes for Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. So every time you increase salary, that is an increased percentage that the state has to pick up. So what does that look like under this scenario?
Mr. Chairman, the Enterprise is 31 million. If you include the University of Wyoming and community colleges and everybody else, it's 54 million. And in that calculation, we included FICA. We included retirement. We included that 24% that comes along with the direct salary in our calculations. The amount came out to be 6.62%. And in that 6.26% is the 24% that comes along with the direct salary.
And so, Mr. Chairman, just if I may, just to follow up, so does that include any potential increases in unemployment insurance and some of the other programs, Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, yes. What will happen is this. The calculation includes the benefit amount, just black and white, when we did our calculations. In state government, we actually have differentials like in workers' comp, you know, the class of snowplow driver workers' compensation is different than that from me, for example. So when we do this, we will do the B11 and then that'll work through the process. And then that will in turn go into the standard budget. And then remember what we do is each biennium, we do the state budget department adjustments. And if there's any differential in the unemployment rate on a position class or the workers' comp on a position class, up or down, then we do that state budget department adjustment, and that's in chapter 17.
And the 54 million is biennial number.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
54 million is a biennial number.
That's correct. And that's the amount of money that will be put into the budgets through the B11, and that's what you'd expect to see in the standard budget. Now, we'll probably fall short of that actual number because it's going to be predicated on the distribution of all the employees when we do the B11. And also you have to understand that $54 million is just a general fund share. And
That was my next question is for all the special revenues and all others, what's the total number?
I can get that number for you. I'll work on that. But the $54 million is just the general fund share.
Okay, go ahead, Trish.
Thank you, Chairman Nicholas. So if there aren't any other questions on the kind of the DOC questions from yesterday, I would turn it over to Andrew Coleman and Aaron Edwards for the risk management callback. And like I said, if you look at attachment number 4, that is the memo that was submitted regarding risk 900 series. There was a specific question to let you know exactly what that entailed. There is also a couple other issues in there that were questions that were not necessarily a callback, but we wanted to make sure they were included in the memo, and that's vehicle purchases. I believe there was a question on that, on where we purchase vehicles, and the Thyra Thompson building. So that memo is attachment number 4. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Andrew, or find out exactly if you have any questions from that, then they can answer those questions for you. Thank you.
Don, do we know, I'm looking in the agency handouts, is it there? Is it?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Karen emailed that last night, and you also should have the copies in your today folder or your today box.
Okay, what's the number of the handout?
189-006.
Okay.
Okay, please proceed.
And I can go through the memo if you like. The 900 series is a specific question I believe that you had, and that does have to do with the payments to attorneys, generally conflict counsel. And I'll turn it over to Aaron Edwards, kind of describe exactly what those cases were so that you have an idea. Being a little more generic, if you need more information, like we said, we could go into executive session and give you some detail, but Aaron is available to talk about that 900 series.
Fire away.
Chairman Nicholas, yes, we do have an increase in our 900 series expenditures. We've had an increase in the need for outside counsel with the Attorney General's office. And this has been fairly recently within the last few years. What we're seeing is an increase in cases, an increase in lawsuits, kind of driven by the social, societal things that we've seen over the last couple of years. And we've also seen, as Director Bach said, we've got a conflict, times when there's a conflict with counsel, so we have to do outside counsel. And the other reason for this is because the Attorney General's office has had difficulty in retaining attorneys in their tort litigation unit. So we've had to reach out to outside counsel in order to help us with those cases, to manage all those cases.
So I'm curious about that because the handout that I looked at yesterday had the total number of claims that had gone down in the last year, year and a half. But I'm probably going back a year then to 20. But I understand the process. So when you go to outside counsel, how do you determine who to pick or who does that?
Chairman Nicholas, the Attorney General's Office Tort Litigation Unit does the picking. They have contacts with outside counsel around the state or the city, wherever they need to.
Well, and I just find it interesting because the outside counsel that you retained are some of the most expensive attorneys in town, and so they're obviously not shopping by hourly rates. And so I was just curious about that.
Chairman Nicholas, yes, that's, I'm not sure if they have a process where they used to choose that, but we have been in talks to try to figure out some different ways to manage that going forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
Chairman Nicholas, if that's all we have for risk, I do have a few other handouts. We did the one pager for the comp market adjustment. So there is an attachment, and for some reason I don't have it listed here. I thought I listed them out, but there's an attachment for a one pager. There is a second attachment because one pagers are difficult. It's a difficult subject. So there's a backup compensation attachment that has a little more information. But there is a one pager there front and back. And I believe if you have questions on that, we can switch and have Aaron Williams come up and discuss that if there are questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Don, I'm in the agency handout. What numbers are these, or Elizabeth?
Mr. Chairman, it should be 186 and 187.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I believe the one pager you're looking for it says Wyoming compensation package summary, executive branch, says step one. That's the more detailed one, Representative Larson.
I don't know.
No.
Is that we're looking at 187? For
186 and 187.
Okay. All right. Tell us what's in front of us. Go ahead.
Co-Chairman Nicholas, at you guys' request after our budget hearing, there were some specific compensation questions that you guys had asked. The purpose of the one pager is just to answer some of those questions. And then the more detailed compensation package just explains the matrix a little bit more, gives the detail how this is the first step in getting our employees paid closer to market. And so it separates out the phases that first, if the approval is granted to move to the 2020 pay tables, that there's the move to min cost. And then there's the implementation of the matrix as the second portion of that. So we just get a little, detail into the questions that you guys had at the last meeting. And the intent of these was just to try to answer those for you.
So you have rationale, 89 Wyoming jobs pay less on average than they did in 2011. So I'd like to see that data. What jobs they were. Is that just straight income, or are you including benefits? And where are they? I mean, to me, it's just an odd factoid out there. And you want to
Yeah,
go,
the analysis
the
of
heck
that
is it?
is actual, just the base pay. And so I can turn it over to Jared and Megan. A lot of that detail is in the 130-page bound report that we gave to you guys that you've been using. And so, but we can have Jared give you some of those classifications, a little more detail for you.
I think you just summarize it to just tell us generally what they are and how you came up with the numbers.
Sure. Chairman Nicholas, Jared Hanson, Program Manager with Human Resources Division. As Aaron just indicated in that 130-page booklet that we provided last time we were here in the 1st of December, you'll find that on detail on page 6 and page 7. We've got all 89 classifications, what the job title is, how many employees were in the positions at the time in October of 2011 compared to October of 2021. And it's just a straight base pay, average pay. So just taking what the snapshot was from the incumbents and what they made in that classification in October of 2011 compared to October of 2021.
So are you taking inflation into consideration?
No,
Just a
sir.
flat pay?
Yep, just straight base pay.
So you had 89 jobs. How many positions?
I don't have a total on here, but we can certainly get that for you.
Are they predominantly in any particular agency?
Yeah, Chairman Nicholas, I can go through that relatively quickly. We've got a couple attorney classifications on here. We have several.
That'll make people happy.
We've got several business administration positions. We've got some correctional officer positions, IT, natural resource positions. We've got some fiscal positions, some public safety positions, youth services, some trades, transportation. So quite a variety, but in total, the 89, again, classifications.
So we gave pay raises twice between then and now. So that doesn't make any sense to me that you could have someone actually making less unless somehow they reclassified or something else happened. Particularly take correctionals. We've given them 2 or 3 pay raises. So how does that happen?
Chairman Nicholas, that's a great question. And best guess at what sense we can make of this is, without getting into the data too much, is I think there's some flexibility with hiring rates and where agencies want to bring employees in. And as long as it's, again, between the minimum and the MPP of our pay ranges, we don't review those transactions. So I think what you might see is the case of maybe some high tenured, long tenured employees who are leaving, who were maybe making more at the time in October of 2011, who turned around and left, and then perhaps a new incumbent with less years of experience, less credentials, was brought on and maybe brought in at a lower rate. That's just a theory, but we can certainly dive into that more and get some more detail on that if you'd like.
So on this sheet, I'm curious about, you have a COLA only works when everyone is at least at market at MVP. And I'm trying to put that into context. You only get a COLA when we grant you a COLA. So that doesn't make, I just don't understand the context and the language you're using.
Chairman Nicholas, I think, we have in the more detailed, the 6-pager, we gave some specific employee examples of what the matrix would do and where it would move them and what a 5% COLA would do to the employees. And I think there's a couple different scenarios. When you give a $126,000 employee 5%, they're already above the MPP. And when we give the same cost of living adjustment to a correctional officer, the 5%, it doesn't get them as far. So we're further exacerbating those furthest away from market and those who are over it. And the intent of what we're trying to do on the phases of market is get those that are at the entry to the market. And our highest paid employees, it just further high pays them. And then the lower employees, that we're just continually pandering every time we get an external cost adjustment and coming in and asking you guys for large sums of money to move the minimum. And so the market merit matrix, it'll slow those down who are above market, and it'll accelerate those who are furthest away from market and get them to a livable wage quicker. And those are the ones that we need to address right now. Those are our highest turnover classifications. So that's the concept with that.
Okay.
Once we get everybody closer to a livable wage, then maintaining with the external cost adjustments is a very beneficial strategy. We're just not there yet.
Mr. Chairman.
1 second, I'm Representative Larson. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, so I'm looking at the table on page 6 and 7, and I'm looking at the statement. So I think Jared's supposition is correct. I don't think the data that's presented on those pages supports the statement of 89 jobs pay less on average than they did in 2011. A more accurate statement would be, due to retirement of longer tenured employees, the average hourly rate has gone down. So if you look at on page 6, number of employees, October 2011, 12, then evidently they divided what those people were earning in aggregate by 12 and came up with an average of 29.75. Zip ahead to 2021, and it's 23 employees, could be 23 different employees. They come up with an average of 29.64, and it's a drop in 11 cents in the average. That I don't know that necessarily leads to the conclusion that there's underpayment. It means your workforce is getting younger and your baby boomers are retiring. They could very well be underpaid too, but I think it's an overly broad statement that's contained in that report relative to what the data say, Mr. Chairman. That's just my view.
Does that make sense?
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Kinski, I think that's an accurate statement. I think the intent of the table that you see is we wanted to illustrate what kind of wage stagnation that the workforce is experiencing. So just the lack of movement in the pay tables and just how that workforce compared at a snapshot in time in 2011 compared to 2021. As you've indicated, Senator Kinski, I think there's a lot of variables that could have went into why individuals were paid certain wages at the time. And again, we're happy to dive into that more to see if we can come up with some more detail on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So it may illustrate stagnation, but did you do the converse? These are only 89 out of I don't know how many job categories, probably thousands. Did you do the converse? How many it's actually gone up? To support your thesis of stagnation?
Can we presume that all the other ones went up? Otherwise, you probably would have told us about it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption, Chairman Nicholas.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative.
Yes, I have a question. I'm just trying to explain to my constituents when they ask, okay, we're giving this proposal is to give a pay raise to state employees. Someone's going to say, well, how much is it? And I have this vague sense that it's about, on average, about 5.2% for the average across the board. But I'm not sure exactly how that number gets calculated. And my particular problem with calculating the number is this. Total payroll for the state 2021 was $796 million, basically. So if we throw another $27 million on top of that, 27 million as a percentage of 796 million is about 3.3%. And so I'm obviously doing the arithmetic wrong or missing something. So my question is, how do I square the absolute dollars with the absolute payroll that was actually paid last year to, how does it get to 5%? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, that's an excellent question. I think what I know that in the one-page summary we provided, we indicate that the average percent increase associated with just step 2 alone was 4.9%. So that was what's on average incumbents are going to receive as part of the step 2 implementation, which if you recall is that market merit matrix. Step 1 again is just the straight move to min, and I don't know that I have the average percent of what incumbents would expect to see with step 1, but I know step 2 the average is 4.9%.
Right, so what is the number and how do I calculate it?
So if I can, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Represent, Chairman Nicholas and Representative Stith. I think what we, the 27 million is just, that is the, I think what we'll have to do is go back and look at the numbers just to see what exactly, how that reconciles to the budget, to your point, to see what that percentage exactly is. I know Megan Connors, our statewide compensation coordinator, sits behind me, and she might have some more detailed figures for you, but we're happy to get that for you after this as well.
So in this handout, you have 11.9 million general fund, 27 million total funds. That's suggesting that you've got 16 million, it's almost 15 million on other funds other than general funds, right? And generally, where are those other funds, or what primary agencies do those lie? And we just bring this up because what's going to happen is when A&I, the folks who represent A&I, when they go to the floor, we need to be able to give a nice, concise statement of who the benefits are, how much it is, and be able to throw these numbers out. So,
And Chairman Nicholas, I think I can answer that a little bit for you. It is set up similar, like, for example, YDOT. YDOT is almost all other funded, so they're going to be part of that number. So Department of Health, some of their employees are other funded. So that's exactly how that looks. That's why that 11 million versus the 20 million is, or the 27 million is offset. And we did address with these other funded agencies on how they can supplement this as well. And maybe Kevin will have a little bit more information on the other funded to be able to say how they're looking at the market adjustment as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
We'll collaborate with A&I and HRD and provide you the statistics for those agencies that are special revenue funded and federally funded, because there's a component of that exists as well. So for example, the Department of Health, general fund, federal funds, some special revenue, YDOT special revenue, Game and Fish special revenue. And as you know, University of Wyoming and the community colleges, we provided them a share of general funds to their contributions. So we didn't give them 100%. We expect them to come up with a differential on their side. And that was in that report that I provided you. So with the collaboration of A&I and SBD relatively quickly, we'll give you the layout of the special revenue agencies and what the expectations would be. The state budget department can do this predicated on the source of revenue from IBARs relatively easy. If we want to have it detailed by position, that's an HRD lift, because you have the situation of the distance to market, and then you also have the performance metrics in there, which is a more difficult task. But that task was completed on the general fund request that we currently have.
Co-Chairman Nicholas, if you guys look at the bound report on page 28, we have a breakdown of the general funds with the 11.8 million.
Page 28.
Page 28. 3 million of that's federally funded. Other fund is about 6 million. And then the commission funds, like Budget Director Hibbard mentioned, is 6.3 million. And that's typically Game and Fish and YDOT. But like you said, we can give you a more specific agency breakdown on that, but that's how those break out with the overall cost.
Okay, that'd be great. Further questions? All right, next.
The last issue, well, before I go to the one pager, if you have any questions, or the document on HR consolidation that we presented to you based on a few questions, I did want to talk a little bit about HR consolidation and how I talked at the meeting in December that we would be kind of getting some wrap up on figures in the spring. Part of that, and Kevin will be able to explain this much better than myself, has to do with SWICAP. So we have some positions that are HR positions and agencies that are 100% federally funded. And what that means, and they're usually at the facilities, for example, up in Lander or out in Evanston. And what happens with those positions is they're federally funded and they get those dollars. They are only allowed to work in those facilities. So for example, I know that you were talking with Director Westby earlier about collaboration and being able to help other agencies. And that's the idea for HR consolidation, is that we are all helping all the different agencies. And that can't happen with those federally funded positions. So we have mulled this around for a while on how to do this with these few positions. It's not a lot, but we want to be able to figure that out for the next, and Kevin will correct me if I'm wrong, for the supplemental. We're hopeful that we can figure out how to swap that funding or put that in the SWI cap and have it go through the SWI cap. There's a delay with that. Kevin will be able to talk about that. And I think you guys obviously know more about the SWI cap and how that works than probably I do. But there's a look back period that we have to do. So that is a little bit of a delay. And I'll turn it over to Kevin to discuss that a little bit further. And maybe fix whatever I got wrong. So Kevin, if you could help with that, that'd be great.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman. Inside the state, the HR consolidation, there was positions in the Department of Health for the facilities, and those positions are currently being direct billed. So the first statement that I want to make on HR consolidation, as it is in the budget now, we're holding harmless any losses or gains to the state of Wyoming. Just want to make sure everybody knows that status quo is being met. We do have a need to have this move to an indirect cost allocation in those agencies that have federal funds, and that's a lengthy process. But once you go to the indirect cost allocation, then you take, you position these employees to be enterprise employees rather than having to work specifically at one grant being direct billed. The process is lengthy, and with conversations with the Department of Health, ETS, and A&I, and eventually DFS, we want to get all of this into the indirect cost allocation in those agencies and then manage this through the statewide cost allocation so that we are more efficient, and also we avoid the processes that ETS has had for several years when they did their consolidation. If you recall, in 2016, I came to this committee and we had a request for $400,000 because we believed that we were going to have a sunk cost, because with the movement from direct to indirect costs, you have to experience 1 year of expenditures, and then it takes you about 6 months to implement that with the Federal Office of Health and Human Services. The Federal Office of Health and Human Services will make the decision on all of this regardless, because they're the biggest contributor of federal funds. So what our plan is it's a 5-step plan now. So the first step would be develop an implementation plan for not only DOH. DOH is the domino that falls that we get to pick everybody else up, because now we're got an agreement with the Federal Office of Health and Human Services. So then we get DFS, we get ETS, we get Workforce Services, with the intent to shorten the implementation to avoid the unrecoverable costs. If we lengthen this, then, for example, let's say it takes us 18 months, then that sunk cost could be 18 months. So we'd have to fund that until such time as we were converted from direct costs to indirect costs. And I still want to validate that. I want to find a way to get around that. So I want a little bit of time to go look into that, do a deep dive and see if I can avoid the sunk costs. So if we can, and then shorten that implementation. If we got a good, strong plan, we can shorten the implementation, and we can also save money on this. This would be an update from the information that we provided in 2016 when we attempted to move ETS from the direct billable to the indirect costs that we did not do, because in 2016, we were still in the shallows as far as the revenue streams, and $400,000 was just not plausible in 2016 for the sunk costs. Then our intent would be to present a plan next year in the supplemental to target the implementation for 2025. Get everything in a row, get all approvals from the Federal Office of Health and Human Human Services, and then make sure that the Joint Appropriation Committee, the legislature, and the policymakers all understand what the implementation plan. And then lastly, and most importantly to me, is a final cost analysis of, do we actually benefit by staying at direct cost, or do we benefit from indirect costs just on a dollar basis? We know that we benefit from the indirect costs through a human resource and a conducting transaction basis. We know there's efficiencies there, but we want to make sure that by stepping through the indirect costs, that we don't actually shallow the amount of money that we expect to collect from the feds. Because remember, our whole mission with the statewide cost allocation and those relationships with indirect cost allocation is to be efficient, but maximize the federal dollar. So basically what we're saying is that we will work on this and we'll try to get a plan together for the Joint Appropriations Committee review next year where we have checked all the boxes.
Sounds like fun.
Mr. Chairman, it is going to be a joy.
So will at the same time, will you return sometime next fall? Will you give us a pair of what I did over my summer vacation?
Mr. Chairman, if that's a necessity, I'll do it.
Mr. Chairman, too, I want to make sure that it's very clear that we are doing the direct bill right now. And those employees are only working at those facilities. So even though we are consolidated, we are making sure that we're not doing anything that that would be an issue for their grant or with the budget office or with health.
And Mr. Chairman, we did have other federally funded positions in the beginning, but we found methodologies to address those without having to chase the differential between the direct and the indirect. With the facilities, and to make sure that we can continue to maximize that, we need to go through this process, because basically if we don't do the direct bill, then federal funds can be spent in the Department of Health. If we go through the indirect cost allocation and we pick up those federal funds as we were direct billing. But we just couldn't find a methodology to get around those positions in the facilities. We need to go through the indirect cost allocation metrics.
Okay, further questions on that issue? So next, Trish, I've got a question for you. So page 40 of your budget shows that at one point in time you had roughly $50 million balance in your risk management pool. Now your balance is around 32 million. And there were some recent reports from staff suggesting it has gone as low as 27 million. You also took part of your exception requests or reductions from this pool at one point in time. So the question is, what's your intended plan of increasing or raising that risk pool back up, or if you have one, and what do you administratively target as the balance of that account? And then the last component of that is, how do you set that in terms of having direction through the executive branch or the legislative branch?
Thank you, Chairman Nicholas. I would like to first state that the reduction that we had that was last year and Aaron will or fix it for me. The amount was for last year during the budget cut. And then back in, I think it was 2017, and Aaron will correct me if I'm wrong as well. It was the general appropriation was cut by the legislature by about $4 million back in 2017-18. Aaron has done an analysis and has talked with the actuaries. So I would turn it over to Aaron to talk about, and that's Aaron Edwards, I apologize, to talk about where we are and how she sees it going forward, and the specific questions for you. She will have a much better, thorough answer than I would. So okay. if you would, I'd turn it over to Aaron Edwards to talk about that.
Okay, Aaron, you're up.
Chairman Nicholas, Yes, we have been putting in place some efficiencies within risk management in an attempt to minimize the rates at which the pool lowers, potentially knowing that that appropriation back in BFY 17 was ceased. So what we've done is we've increased our recovery attempts. We have our insurance claims for property damage that we file with our insurance carriers. We've also really increased our recovery efforts amongst third parties that cause damage to state properties, whether that's buildings, vehicles, signs, anything that we get a claim for. We've been fairly successful with that. My staff has really put forth a great effort in that. And we just pretty much look for those efficiencies anywhere else where we can recover those funds. We've also done fairly well with our investments recently, which has really helped out with that.
So Aaron, what's your current balance right now on that account?
Our current cash balance is about 27 million. Chairman Nicholas?
And you haven't, I take it you have an actuarial report that suggests a number. What is that number?
Chairman Nicholas, we do have a report. That number is between 20 and 30 million. That includes for claims, and we also have to take into account our costs for insurance premiums and other expenditures that the actuary does not take into account. We are currently going through the actuarial process again right now, so we'll have a more up-to-date number as soon as they're done with that analysis.
And so our experience over time in the legislature, and the longer you hear, the more you learn about it, is that what you ask, the questions that you ask your actuary will have a lot to do with the number that they come up with. And what you tell them you want will also have a lot to do with what they come up with. And on occasion, they're wrong because they assimilated the wrong data or you didn't ask the right questions. We've seen that particularly on the Wyoming Retirement Fund actuarial reports. That's why we're coming up with 70 million to fix Fire A. In part is because of actuarial reports. And in the mid 2000s, we had to come up with $200 million that go into the retirement fund because it was underfunded because of the actuarial reports. And so having that kind of a track record, I think it would behoove you guys to let us see and review those actuarial reports and have input on them, because for the course of at least 15 years, we continually worked to get that fund up to 50 million, because that's the number we thought should be there. And I'm not sure that that was an actuarial number, but if you want to drop it down to 20 to 30 million, we need a clear justification why, or we're going to want to take it back up to where we put it and how we got it there. I mean, the reason that we took 4 million out of it because it is over 50 million. It wasn't because we thought that was enough. We weren't rating the pot. We were just saying, okay, that's enough for now. Over time, theoretically, that's going to continue to go up because cost and inflation and all those types of things. And so I think it's important that we have an agreement on how you come up with that number and to make sure that your actuary is actually doing what it needs to be done. I mean, it's hard to imagine that you have any catastrophic events if you had back to back that would be sufficient. That would just surprise me, but I'd like to see the report and how they came up with it and have it and just understand it and have someone else who understands reports better than I do have a third party review of it and say, yeah, this is okay. It would also be useful to have other states with similar risk pools and what they are and what their claims are, so you can see if we're going in the right direction or the wrong direction. But I think it's a fairly big deal to us or for appropriations. It has been in the past. And so this is another one of those examples that we hope that we can work in tandem with you as you do this. But frankly, we don't think in the past, 27 million has not been enough in that account for our comfort zone. So when you move it up and down without consulting, particularly the appropriations folks and the folks that pay attention to it, we get a little grumpy without understanding the why and wherefore and how you got there and having a discussion before it happens. So I think that's just another one of those things where we got to work together on.
And Chairman Nicholas, sorry, Aaron, I don't necessarily disagree, and this could be an issue that maybe we need to go back and look in the years before all of us at the table were here to make sure we understand the history of it too. That is a failing, honestly, on my part for not knowing that there was a discussion to keep it at 50. So I want to make sure that I understand that too, and make sure that we do keep you involved. I think that it's a good idea to have you involved in the actuarial as well. So we can certainly make sure that you're informed on this new actuarial report and understand the questions that we did ask. So I certainly am, don't have any issue with keeping you involved with that. And I know Aaron wouldn't either.
I mean, it's curious to me that an actuary can say, yeah, between 20 and 30 million. That's a pretty big sway, and how they could even come up with that kind of a figure. But any further questions on this particular issue? Okay, and then the other issue I've got on my checkoff list here for you, Trish, just to make you happy on a Thursday. We wanted to talk a little bit about the insurance premium rates. And just following up on our prior discussions. So if you would, it's my understanding that you've incorporated a reduction in the health insurance premium rates that went into effect at the beginning of the year. Is that right?
Chairman Nicholas, that is correct.
And that was what, a 5% or 10% reduction?
Chairman Nicholas, it was a 6% reduction.
Reduction. What does that turn into in terms of dollar amounts?
I would hate to say that right here because I don't have that number unless Rory has that number, who is sitting at the table, and I don't think she does either. I will be here tomorrow to talk about the legislation if you have questions, so I can get that answer for you tomorrow, the specific question or to that specific question tomorrow during that draft legislation, if that's.
Sure, and I just want to reemphasize this discussion that we had earlier. And that was before you have a major reduction. I mean, what we've contemplated is even drafting legislation that says that before you can do it, you've got to get approval from us. Because what we've seen is rate hikes and rate reductions that are implemented administratively that we don't know about until it happens. And this is the last month or so is a perfect example of why we are concerned about it. We now know that the CPI is up over 7 to 8%. So we can reasonably anticipate that that's going to be a minimum of the cost increases in the healthcare field over the next year or two, because that's all going to catch up, and which the result will be the middle of next year or the end of next year, you're going to have to increase rates again because all the costs are going to go up. And so our preference, had we been involved in it, we would have recommended a rate holiday versus a reduction, because we want a little more conservative approach, and we don't want to see this yo-yo of increases and decreases just based upon 1 or 2 years worth of information and data. And just because the pot's low, you know, COVID shows up, there's no claims, and so we want to give a rate a decrease in contributions. And I guess my point is that I think that we want more of a collaborative work effort to work with you on that. And if we don't get that, then we're inclined to take more control over that issue. So, and I think that, I mean, you understand where we're coming from, but it's, for us, it's a big deal. And since it is, we got to work together on it.
And Chairman Nicholas, I certainly understand where you're coming from. There are two things that I have not addressed that I have I don't want to appear argumentative. because I'm not. I certainly understand the issue that you just addressed. And Representative Larson brought it up, I believe, during the interim. It was before the budget hearing about our discussion in Riverton. So, and that affected me to think that the JAC thought that I was supposed to come back with something on rates. So I went back and listened to the Riverton discussion, and what I had said there, and we were in a very dire situation. You'll all remember that we were in the negative with our cash balance. And what I had said there is, you will, as an interim director at the time, we won't be in this situation again. We will bring this to the legislature. The governor and I will bring it to the legislature as soon as we think there's something that is amiss. I had never intended to imply that we were going to either make rates lower or higher through the legislature. In the statute, I take that to the governor. And the governor is the one who ultimately makes that decision on EGI. So if we want to change that, I'm certainly willing to talk about that, but I want to make sure that the JAC understands that we work with the governor on those rates, on the approval to make them higher or lower. We're not simply making that decision, or EGI is not simply making that decision. But if we need to have a different process, I am completely open to do that. I just don't want to take the authority away from the governor at this point. But if that's what comes up and that's what we need to do, then I think that we all should be talking about it. And I can talk more about it tomorrow too.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Simpson.
Thank you. Folks, we anticipate, as we go to the floor, to present the salary increase portion of your request, to have a lot of debate. And so I want to make sure that we're really clear on the facts as we try to defend this. So I'm looking at your page 1 of 5 that you have produced by your division. And it's titled State of Wyoming Compensation Packet Summary. I think it's important that we're all on the same page exactly with the numbers. So on that form, your step 1 total is $5.3 million. And it says right above it that includes all the fringe benefits. So it's not just salary increases. And we drop down to step 2, which is your matrix implementation, and that is a 27.285 total. So I add those together and I get $32,588,000 increase per year. We double that for the biennium. So we're talking about $65 million per biennium. Now, I personally am interested in state versus federal, so I went ahead and looked at the federal contribution. And so I look up above the 949 figure and then down below the 3.0 figure. I add those together, roughly $4 million of that money will come from the federal government. Times it by 2 for biennium is 8 million. And so I'm interested in seeing what is coming out of the state. So I subtract the 65 from the 8 million from the 65, and I come up with 57 million per biennium is what the state contribution is going to be towards this pay increase.
Kevin?
There's one more line I'd like to bring to your attention. Under the step 2 narrative on that same page, page 1 of 5, the third line down, the average base pay increase associated with only the matrix implementation is estimated to be 4.95. I can't find that we have a figure of the total package. Step 1 and step 2, this 4.95 is just step 2. be nice to have that. We'd like to know the bottom line, what is the average percent increase across the boards that our employees are going to receive? So, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page with the same numbers. Staff, is there anything in my arithmetic that was erroneous?
Go ahead, Ken.
Mr. Chairman, one of the challenges that we recognized through the process is there's organizations out there that are off budget. And we'd like to have the opportunity to make sure that we provide these statistics to include those. University of Wyoming Community Colleges, Business Council, tourism would be special revenue now, et cetera. And then we can go through the process and say, here's the general fund share, the special revenue share, the federal fund share on a biennium basis, and make sure that we've got it all in one place and all accurate. I don't think that the way that this is calculated is wrong, but we did experience those off-line situations where we updated to include some of those other organizations that don't really have positions, but they have budgets to pay folks, and that would be an example, would be the Business Council. So the effort would be to have a quick turnaround with A&I and the State Budget Department to just pull that together for you for the enterprise, including those offline numbers.
So, go ahead.
And the other thing I think that's important as you're looking at what that costs taxpayers, Representative Simpson, in your number is, in the total number, we've also got commissions.
Yeah.
And the commissions are paid by taxpayers, but it's paid through the fund, through the dues and the assessments they pay into those commissions. So that in essence is very much like a special revenue fund. It's not a general fund or a federal fund allocation, but the commission dollars are, certainly we monitor those on behalf of the people who belong to those commissions, particularly the boards and commissions. But those are not, and we appropriate that by authorizing those people to use their dues and their income for those purposes. But that's not technically tax money. So just which is about not quite 13 million.
Yeah, absolutely. The Transportation Commission would be example, the Game and Fish Commission would be example, and all the boards and commission that are actually in the appropriated budget, we can get a handle on that as well. Just for background, last couple of iterations of this, we've approached this in the same fashion to say, here's what the impact of the general fund will be. This is the general fund appropriation that's necessary, and here's the sideboards to implementation. We didn't actually throw out a number on the front end of what the impact of the special revenue would be. We can calculate that. We'll get together and we'll see what we can do to make that clear for you.
Mr. Chairman, I can appreciate that it is a moving parts and there's many different facets. I would really appreciate receiving Kevin's summary data. I think it's important that we collectively decide what format we're going to present so that we're all talking the same numbers, so that when this is advertised in the news, we don't have millions of dollars off, depending on how we're interpreting the data.
Yeah, and Trish, I think it'd be helpful for the two individuals that present this on the floor, if they had the same type of bullet point sheets that we can walk through the numbers to explain this in the same fashion and kind of get a consensus on the best story, but also the most accurate story.
Chairman Nicholas, I think that's an excellent idea. I will work with Kevin to make sure that that is as clear as it possibly can be. Part of what the problem is when you're working on it all the time, you have trouble getting that one sheet or for somebody down on the floor to get it down to the basics. And we will work on that. Kevin and I will work on that along with HRD to make sure that that happens and get it to the chairman and the co-chair so that you have that document and the JC has the document for the folks on the floor.
Great. Okay. Anything else? What's next? Who's buying lunch?
Well, I have an out. I'm not there. I can't buy you lunch. Thank you very much. That's all we do have. We appreciate the callback and always the conversation. And if we can help with anything else, please let us know. We will do whatever we can to get that information to you.
Don, was there anything else that in your notes that we were, okay? All right, thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Chairman, the next item of business is 22 LSO 100, Committee Formal Draft 1.1. It's the Chancery Court vacancy amendments, one-page bill, and Councilor Rivale will present.
Good morning, or almost afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yeah, hold on one second, Tamara, while we dig out this document, because we've got paper, we've got computers. Just give us a sec.
Certainly.
Once again, this should be the first draft piece of legislation on the top of your pile. It is a one-page bill draft, and it's number 0100.
You're assuming that our piles haven't been shook up about 10. Okay, please proceed.
Great. Well, this is the Chancery Court Vacancy Amendment Bill Draft. And of course, the Chancery Court was created in the 2019 session. And it's a court that's designated to resolve business cases in an expedited schedule without a jury trial. This bill draft relates to the filling of Chancery Court vacancies. It does two things. It amends the persons qualified for temporary assignment to that vacancy and the period for which vacancies, the temporary appointment would be made before a appointment is made pursuant to the Constitution. So it's a two-page bill, page 1 and 2, double-sided. The title states amending requirements for filling Chancery Court vacancies, amending persons qualified for temporary assignment of Chancery Court duties, and providing for an effective date. The statutes amended are 513-109, A and B. On page 2, you see the amendments to A that allow for temporary appointment of a special magister. That's an addition there in paragraph 4, or a magistrate there in paragraph 5. Subsection B then changes the date from March 1st, 2023 to January 1st, 2024, for which the office of the judge of the Chancery Court and any vacancies will be filled as provided by 513-107. And that 513-107 points back to the judicial nominating process under the Wyoming Constitution, Article 5, Section 4. So I will take any questions on the bill or explain any issues further. Thank you.
So Tamara, who appoints the special master or magistrate? The Supreme Court do it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Supreme Court, that's there on page 2, line 5.
And I recall we had this discussion on what month it should be, whether it was January or March. Was there, for some reason, I thought there was a discussion to have it after session versus, or was it the other way around?
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't privy to those discussions. I did have a prior version that had a different day, I believe, and yes, that had March, and the latest set of instructions I was provided after legislative discussions with the Supreme Court was January 1st, but certainly that could be amended. And I think we have some representatives here that could answer questions on behalf of the court.
Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I did talk with the Chief Justice and this bill is really doing two things. One is as you see it, we're pushing back the appointment date to 1 year. And what that does is it allows us to look at this again next year and decide if it's time to move forward, if the volume's up and there's enough that you want, it's time to go ahead and do a judge. and talking to the Chief Justice, by the time you get through the process of going through the, having to, putting out the intensive expression, having the additional nominating committee meet and go through that and make those 3 appointments to the governor eventually. That's which they're doing a lot of. There's a lot of judges in retirement, so they're very busy, but ultimately it's just trying to create that timing so that we have time so that if we allow this judge to be a year from now, if we don't change this and allow that judge to be appointed because it's needed, that'll give them time to implement it there. So it pushes it back 9 months to make sure that we have another chance to look at this and decide of whether or not we want to spend the money on the judge. So that's item 1, which mostly just has to do with the date. Item 2 on the special master or magistrate is really to kind of help us move along with, now that we have cases filed and this court is functioning, how do you manage some of that caseload? Right now, you've got, I think, a 3-judge panel that are handling those cases, the district court judges that are and sit in chancery. We've done that, so it also extends the time that those judges can serve. But we also have, there is one hire, there's a couple hires, there's a clerk and there's a judicial clerk and a court clerk that have been hired to run this process. And so the one judicial clerk is an experienced attorney who was the judicial clerk, and allows that person or the magistrate to be appointed to deal with some of the discovery issues and other issues, the minor stuff that comes up where you may need a quick ruling on something, so that to keep that process and keep that docket moving forward. That person is already employed. We're already paying him. This Chief George paying, I don't know if it's him or her, already paying him or her. And so that will allow that attorney to step in and make some determination rulings with respect to discovery or settle disputes that are relatively minor without having to wait for the district court judge's calendar and docket to clear up. So it really is a cost-saving measure, but also will, I think, will help the operation and keep up with the timelines that are anticipated in the Chancery Court.
Question?
Go ahead.
So, Chairman Perkins, I just want to make sure that I understand the magistrate component of that right, and that'd be a magistrate assigned within the Chancery Court?
Yes.
Okay, and not.
Right. There's no provision to have a magistrate or a special master appointed under the current Chancery Court statute. So this is a tweak to allow that to happen.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, my question was, as I read that, I didn't know if that meant any other assigned magistrate throughout the system, but it's specifically within that court.
Specifically within that court.
Thank you.
So my question is, just in terms of timing, if it has to be filled by January 1st, that means by sometime in, say, October of 2023, they have to go out and advertise it, interview.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a little bit earlier now. I think they've got to start that summer. I think it has to happen in the summer of 2023.
Any questions on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'd move the bill.
Been moved and seconded.
Don has a comment.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, just an opportunity for public comment if there is.
Yeah. Don't you have to move the bill first? Let me know. Any public comment on it? Come on, Dickie, get up here and say something.
Okay, we do.
There we go. Wait a minute, I didn't say it. You could come on.
This is anybody but you, yeah.
Thanks, guys. Mr. Chairman, I do not really have anything for public comment, but just wanted to say that the Supreme Court does support this. We agree with definitely changing the date. If you have any questions, I can certainly answer them. I can try to answer them.
Okay, great. Thanks for your comments. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Now we have a motion on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, move the bill.
Representative Kenner, seconded by Senator Perkins. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Does anyone want to work the bill? Question on the bill call. Roll call.
Members of the committee, the motion is on 22 LSO 0100, formal draft 1.1. in advance. Senator Kinski has submitted a absentee ballot and he votes, oh, I apologize. He has returned.
Whatever you do, don't vote. Twice.
Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Simpson.
Aye.
Representative Stith.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
Excuse me.
Senator Kinski.
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz. Co-Chairman Perkins.
Aye.
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye. Senate
Mr.
file?
Chairman, the bill passes. House bill or Senate file?
I think it's Senate file. This is one of these quick ones we can kick out to get the ball rolling. Yeah. So Senate file.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we're approaching the noon hour. You have two items left on the morning agenda. One, you have the Department of Education is slated next. I believe they will need around 15 minutes to make their presentation. Then you also do have public comment. I believe there are 6 people either online or in the room who may be interested in participating in that.
Okay, let's have an education come up and we'll do public comment immediately after education presents.
You could do that, or if you wanted to delay that, perhaps an announcement indicating.
If they're here, I'd rather have them not have to come back.
Morning, Chairman, committee members. Dickie Shaner, Department of Ed. I'm joined by Shelley Hamill, our Chief Academic Officer, and Trent Carroll, our Chief Operations Officer. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, they can go ahead and jump into the memo dated January 13th regarding all of the ESSER funding.
Please, that'd be great. While you do that, we need to locate this amongst our pile of piles. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Shelley Hamill. I believe it's the memo on the very top of your stack. At the December 13th.
Little
closer.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay. At the December 13th.
You know what we could do? Dickie could just do the, here for the impaired, and you could just say what she says loudest. Our top story tonight.
At the December 13th JAC meeting, there was expressed an interest in having an update on the ESSER funds. And so we have provided that memo just this morning. You should have that. To make it easy to see the differences between the ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ARP ESSER funds, we've created a table. You can see that the full allocation for ESSER 1 was about $32.5 million. For ESSER 2, just over $135 million. And for ARP ESSER, almost $304 million. 90% of that full allocation is awarded to school districts based on the Title I formula. And that's required by federal statute. So you can see the amounts that have, the total amounts that have been rolled to districts. The SEA reserve is the remaining portion. The period of availability end date, I wanted to bring that to your attention. For ESSER 1, the obligation needs to occur by September 30th of 2022 and must be expended by December of 2022. And then each iteration of ESSER funds bumps out 1 year. So for ESSER 2, it's 2023, and ARP ESSER, it's 2024. The maintenance of effort requirements for ESSER 1 is the most different. It applies to fiscal years 2020 and 2021, and it's based on the specific dollar amount that the state, that represents the state support of education for elementary and secondary education and higher ed, averaged over the fiscal years 2017, 18, and 19. We saw a shift for ESSER 2 funds when the Carissa Act was released. And instead of being a dollar amount, it was a proportional share of a state's budget to support those same elementary and secondary education and higher ed averaged over those same 3 fiscal years. For ESSER 2, that applied to fiscal year 2022. For ARP ESSER, it remained the same as the ESSER 2, but it applied to fiscal years 2022 and 2023. The maintenance of equity requirement was not put into place for ESSER 1 or ESSER 2. That was something that was new for ARP ESSER funds, and it does apply to both fiscal years of 2022 and 2023. And then the final part of our chart is the LEA provision of equitable services. So this was a requirement for ESSER 1. School districts were required for eligible private school organizations within their district boundaries to provide an equitable services share. That was removed from the CARISA and ARP Act, and the federal government took care of that through a different program called EANS, or the Emergency Assistance for Non-Public Schools. As far as an update for the LEA funds or district funds, as of last Friday, districts had expended 91% of their ESSER 1 allocations, 17% of their ESSER 2 allocations, and allocations. As a side note, districts are working right now to finalize their implementation plans for their ARP funds that required significant stakeholder input, and those are due to be posted on their websites by January 18th. So we'll probably start seeing some use of those funds shortly. Initially, funds were used to address the technology needs of the remote and blended learning approaches that we saw districts needing to shift to in that spring of 2020. The delivery of meals and the increased janitorial services. As ESSER 2 released those funds, we continued to see a need for increased janitorial and food service costs, classroom materials, to allow for children to have their own sets so that they weren't sharing, curricular and intervention materials, and extended day services such as tutoring to close the gaps that districts were seeing. ESSER funds are also currently being targeted for construction projects, and the WDE has received 40 construction form submissions, and this totals about just a little over 18 million.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So the 18 million, is that a formula? Is that a cap, or is there no cap, or is there a cap higher than 18 million? That's question one. Question two is, who makes the determination as to which construction projects are awarded? Three, could we get a list of what those have been so far, and in particular whether Ten Sleep School's on the list?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, there is no cap on the amount of money that a school district might choose in using their ESSER funds for at least their ARP or their ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 funds. Their ARP ESSER funds do have some requirements that 20% of that be focused on learning loss. So that would in essence leave 80%, an 80% cap for that. I think your second question was who decides. The WD is working with, there is some pretty clear federal language that we really aren't able to say no if it fits within the scope of the allowable expenses that are identified by the federal government. And we're working, we have a committee that works internally and then in collaboration with the Facilities Commission.
So,
I guess I should say.
So what that means is that individual school districts submit to you a plan for construction that will be completed by the cutoff date. And you just say yes or no on whether or not it falls within the criteria. And they have a designated amount that they receive based upon that formula distribution.
Mr. Chairman, in essence, yes. So we're looking to see if it does fit within the allowable expenses. Is it connected to COVID? And then we're working closely with the construction committee. I'm going blank for the correct title. School Facilities Division, thank you. So that if they're utilizing some ESSER funds and then maybe some other funding sources, that they are aware of what's happening as they track that.
Go ahead.
So follow up on yours. So there's a cap for each school district. Each school can only spend so much, which would be up to the amount of their ESSER 1 or ESSER 2 funds.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
yes.
And the last question was Tinsley, right?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, yes, we could provide a list of the districts that have and the projects that they've submitted.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that, of that 18 million, have any been approved so far? Or is this work getting done, or is this still districts wondering what you might have to say?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, yes, those projects are in motion, many of them.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. As far as the SCA reserve funds update, the ESSER 1 reserves were targeted at identifying students' potential skill gaps based on the shift to online learning or that blended learning format as they return to the brick and mortar school in the fall. And then a focus on the interrupted learning targeted around literacy. ESSER 2 SEA reserve funds were targeted at providing professional development for educators and effective online instructional practices, and then supporting the emotional, physical, and mental health of students and staff, and extended learning opportunities for students. The planned uses of ARP ESSER funds are a little bit different than the ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. Both ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 were left pretty wide open for states, educational agencies to make those decisions with stakeholder input. With ARP ESSER funds, the ARP Act actually identifies different buckets or different areas that those funds must be used to address. And you'll see those listed: 5% for evidence-based interventions, 1% for evidence-based summer enrichment, and 1% for evidence-based comprehensive after-school programs. And again, we'll continue to use stakeholder input to drive those decisions.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
what does the acronym SEA stand for?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, thank you. It stands for State Educational Agency. So basically the WDE. As far as the maintenance of effort and the maintenance of equity waiver updates, the WD has continued to maintain an open line of communication with our USAID partners. And even as recently as December, we received additional information around the maintenance of effort requirements. We are currently working with the AG's office on an MOE waiver request for fiscal year 20 in relation to ESSER 1 funds. So our hope is to have this wrapped up by January 31st.
Is there a deadline when that has to be submitted by?
Mr. Chairman, there is not. And then the ARP Act, like I mentioned earlier, has that new requirement of maintenance of equity. It does not have a provision for a waiver for states in regards to maintenance of equity violations. Because of that, the WDE engaged in numerous conversations to look for alternative methods of relief in the event that we found ourselves in that situation. Because of our ongoing conversations with USAID, they did release an updated FAQ where they adjusted and provided additional information to question 21A, which allows for Wyoming and other states in our situation to be able to create and submit a tolerance plan. And with that, are there any other questions?
Go ahead.
is it possible that you could give us a list like we currently see with the school foundation distributions by school district? How much of the funds were distributed to each one of the school districts? I think that'd be a valuable thing for us to have. So if you could put that together for each one of these funding categories, and I would also ask if it's available, how much has been expended and how much is still sitting in each one of those school districts' accounts. So it'll show a total, right? Esther 1, Esther 2, ARP funds, how much is expended currently and how much is still remaining for each school district.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, that's not a problem. I think that one of our previous memos did provide the allocations that went out to each district, but we could certainly update that to include what's remaining at this point.
Yeah, thank you.
So realistically, what do we see as the issues for maintenance of equity with regards to the ARP Act dollars? Does that has to do with the small schools or the, remote, classrooms?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Trent Carroll. The primary issue we see with the maintenance of equity, the estimated deficit is around $8 million. And about 80% of that is 3 school districts that saw a large increase in enrollment in their virtual programs last school year. And what that did was it changed the per student calculation amount. It decreased that compared to the baseline average. And the paragraph that Chief Hamel mentioned there in our memo that talks about that updated guidance in the FAQ document, the U.S. Department of Education released that guidance specifically based on the conversations that we had with them over a number of months about this issue of small school districts and big changes in enrollment on a percentage basis. And so we weren't the only state in that situation, but we were the first state, I think, to bring it to their attention. And so they have provided an opportunity for us to develop a tolerance level plan that outlines the issue for their review. And we're hopeful that they will work with us on that and hopefully we can reduce or eliminate that projected deficit through that process.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So just, could you be a little bit more specific when you talk about a state tolerance? What kind of accommodation are you thinking is potentially available? Since you can't have a waiver, so now we're having a tolerance. Can you just go into a little bit more detail on what that looks like and what you're hoping to, how you're hoping to deal with that?
Yeah, Chairman Nicholas and Senator Perkins, we are still trying to figure that out. This is the first time we've ever put together something like this. We actually have a meeting next week with an outside consultant who has some experience that we think will be helpful. But basically, I think we will need to define a small school district in Wyoming, and then we will need to define changes in enrollment and how they have impacted the calculation as it was laid out by the U.S. Department of Education, and really walk through the issues that the calculation have caused for us based on our unique characteristics in Wyoming. So we'll have to establish some tolerance levels so that U.S. Department of Ed can determine if we have in fact reduced education funding. That's kind of the whole point of this, is to make sure that states haven't done that. And so we will need to essentially prove our case that we have not done that, and that the changes that are evident in the calculation are from other factors, primarily these changes in enrollment in very small districts.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add onto that through you,
Please.
Senator. I'll read just the last 2 sentences of this FAQ that they created after our conversations. They say, for example, in an LEA, which is a local school district, of only 100 students, enrollment of a single additional student would have an effect 27 times larger on per pupil expenditures than it would in an average sized LEA. As a result, the department believes that it is consistent with the maintenance of equity requirements to allow an SEA to determine whether it has maintained equity with respect to its very small, high need and highest poverty LEAs within a reasonable tolerance level. And that's what Trent was referring to. So that's that's where we're at in terms of formal guidance from the U.S. Department of Ed.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
so a question, is it true that ARPA or that ARP ESSER funds can be used to pay additional compensation to teachers or other staff who work in person, but that ARP ESSER funds cannot be used to just pay higher utility costs? Is that true or not? Do I have that wrong?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stiff, it is true that ARP ESSER funds can be utilized to stabilize the educator workforce, whether that's compensating for increased workload or, for example, substitutes or bus drivers being able to increase a competitive wage for a time period to get folks in. As far as increased, I guess, bills, it would have to be, they'd have to be able to demonstrate that they directly connected to COVID. Because that's what the funds are, really all about, or is mitigating the effects of COVID.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
if I may, could I have you add another line on there with that information? If we could also add with the current balance in their reserve accounts, all of their reserve accounts. I'm assuming that some of our school districts are pretty astute, which they are, and whether they're using ESSER funds or ARP funds, and then using those instead of some of the school foundation program funds and using that to build their reserves. But I'd like to get an idea of where we're at reserve-wise. What they currently have on the balance is associated with this, with the current level of funding. So is that something we could add in there as another line for each one of those school districts?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, we will certainly provide what we have. I don't know that it'll be as current as you're hoping for. Probably be last year's data. I know we'll be reviewing cash balances here in the coming weeks, but you're probably looking for something sooner than that. But we can give you the most current information we have. I would also mention that we don't collect the balances for all of the district reserve accounts. We only collect what is spelled out in statute and what we need for other requirements in statute. So there are accounts that we don't have balance information on unless we do a special survey, which we do periodically when we're asked to provide that information, but that also takes a little time.
Mr. Chairman, so that would be the pre-97 reserves that what reserves wouldn't be that the WDA does not have access to? What reserve amount accounts or dollars? How is that not reported? And I'm sure it's reported, it's just you guys don't collect the data.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, I'm sure the districts have that information. We just don't collect it. I'm going to ask Leslie Zemmerscheider, School Foundation Program Supervisor, to speak to that. I don't want to misstate which account we don't have information on. I don't remember if it's the depreciation reserve or one of the other ones.
Mr. Chairman, we only collect the reserve accounts when it's in the general fund. We don't have any information about other special funds like a building reserve fund or a technology reserve fund, only general fund.
Mr. Chairman.
Other questions?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chairman. Shelley, on your memorandum, you just went through with us. Is the CARES Act money included in the ESSER 1 funds, or is that something outside of this?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Simpson, so the ESSER 1 is the CARES Act. ESSER 2 is what you'll hear referred to as CARISA. And then the ARP ESSER, sometimes people call that ESSER 3, but that's the ARP Act.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further questions? All right, thank you very much, Dickie. Appreciate your help.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just say one thing about this FAQ. It may not seem like a lot on paper, but I want to thank Don Richards and the LSO staff because this was weeks of communication with the U.S. Department of Ed, and it was a team effort between LSO staff, Department of Ed and the governor's office, and our federal delegation was involved too. So it took weeks and weeks to get this sort of concession about our, specific predicament. And I just wanted to thank the LSO team for all the work to get us to where we are. Still got a lot of work to do, but it was an accomplishment to get that.
Great. Keep up the good work. All right. Don?
Mr. Chairman, before the WDE leaves, I believe they submitted this morning a executive letter from the Superintendent of Public Instruction. It's probably a little bit premature because it has one topic and it just makes adjustments to the formula based on the Craig report, which we've been working with as staff in confidence. I assure you, you will have no indication of what Craig is going to say from their letter. But if you wanted to at least receive that at this time, it might save them a trip tomorrow afternoon.
Sure, if you'd like to, okay, we receive it. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, and we had planned on coming over tomorrow. We don't necessarily need to present it, but we'll be on hand to answer questions, or we can jump online if there are any questions.
Yeah, I think online would be, because we've talked about it, we know kind of what it says, and if there's no surprises, so I don't think you got to waste your energy unless you want to come hang.
We'll be online. Thank you, sir.
All right. So next, we're going to go to public comment, and the public comment is on.
Mr. Chairman, this is the sole opportunity for the public to comment on anything in the budget bill or the ARP bill. Other bills like local governments that you'll be hearing this afternoon usually have a public comment period like you had. I believe we have Erin Taylor, who is here in person. I think she's the only person who signed up in the room, and I believe we have 3 people in the waiting room online. 3 people, yes.
Okay, can you get those folks online kind of situated so we can go bing, bing, bing? Erin, welcome.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Erin Taylor, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Wyoming Arts Alliance. I represent the arts in the state of Wyoming, and it's really a pleasure for me to be able to do that. I'm talking to you today about the ARPA funding from the governor recommending $10 million to the corpus of the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund. Something that's super important to our entire state. It's a part of our economic diversification.
Would you slow down a little bit?
I
Because
will.
The echo makes it hard to catch up.
There is an echo. I'm hearing that. I'm sorry. Appreciate that.
That means you're being heard online. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. I'm here to support the $10 million as recommended from the governor to the corpus of the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund. That is something that's really a diversification tool that we as a state have to support our creative economy. And that cultural trust fund really wholly focuses on that creative economy on so many levels. And it's something that the arts and culture community really do support. Just to give you a little bit of history, the first funding for the trust fund was appropriated in 2005. And there's been, bits allocated over the years to now get us to a corpus of just over $16 million. For every $1 million that's added, the fund can utilize interest ranging from $30,000 to $50,000 a year that can go out in grants that are awarded across the state. So if you take the $10 million infusion that's being proposed from the governor right here, you can see that that's a pretty healthy bump that can go out in grants ranging from $300,000 to $500,000 every year. So it's something that's really important. And we would love to have you support that request as recommended from the governor. Something that is in the narrative in the information from the governor also talks about some creative opportunities. And this isn't necessarily a recommendation, but I think it's a narrative as I'm characterizing it. And just to give you a little bit of my history, I've been involved in the arts and culture community for a long, long time. I served on the board for the Wyoming Arts Council for 6 years. And I've been just having the conversations about how can we provide more opportunities for arts and culture in Wyoming. And one of those ideas has been flexibility. And how do other states do this? And some other states do allow their fund, like our cultural trust fund, to create a foundation and allow matching opportunities. And so that's something that is discussed in the narrative and the governor's recommendations. It would require an appropriation to the agency to do the contract work to set, to set up a foundation, which would be, they recommend $1.2 million. So we do have some opportunity with these dollars on the table, recognizing that it's like I just said, it's an opportunity for us in Wyoming to move forward, to build the kind of state that people want to not only work in, but live in, and then of course also visit. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be remiss if I also didn't mention the rate of return is an 8-to-1 right now with local matches. And that's I think a pretty decent number when we're talking about the fact that our local communities across the state also help support these dollars. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If I have the answers, I can get you the information if I don't have the answers. And Mr. Chairman, that's what I have to offer you today. Thank you.
So Aaron, what you're asking for is of the $10 million recommendation of the governor to take 1.2 and earmark it for the creation of a foundation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if that was clear in the recommendations. The $10 million to the corpus, I think, is how it's expressed in the recommendations. If there's a want to set up a foundation, it would be a $1.2 million to the agency. I'm not sure if I'm recommending it come out of that 10 million because that's a really great bump for the Cultural Trust Fund. But if there's an opportunity to provide another 1.2 million, this would be a really great and forward-looking opportunity that people could capitalize on for a long time.
So if you create an endowment, I mean, you already have the corpus. In a sense, that's kind of like an endowment. How would they be different?
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. And this is where those conversations, like I mentioned, we've had for years and years. We've looked at how other states have set things up like this. Nebraska has some sort of a model. Oregon has a model that's interesting, where they can allow to match some of these dollars and then just kind of expand that ROR, if you will, for the dollars that the state's putting in, allow them to raise money and also put it into that corpus. And then maybe down the road, provide matching opportunities. Just kind of how we've talked about it doesn't necessarily mean that's how it will end up, but that's the kind of the kick around of ideas that we've had. And if there's an opportunity here, perhaps giving them the ability to explore what more of that could look like.
So the question
with the funding.
If we take part of the 10 million and say, okay, you can use 1.2 to create this endowment through the agency, would you rather have that or just the straight 10 million?
Mr. Chairman.
So you could have the choice.
That's a great question. I don't know if I have clear direction on that right here today. And there's a lot of people that aren't necessarily with me right here at the table who would have an opinion on that. And they're not right here with me today. So I could do a little bit of checking with those folks and be able to answer that question directly to you.
Go ahead.
So Aaron, the concept begs the question. I mean, is there any advantage to, as you say, I mean, whatever you give, just setting the part of aside and say it's only available if there's a match, try and spur some kind of additional, 8-to-1 would be great. So if you had, let's say that just to make the math real easy, it was just to say it's 1 million set aside for a match. If you can get a 1-to-5 or a 1-to-8 match, obviously that turns into, it turns into many more millions.
Right.
I mean, so that's really the idea, right?
Yep.
So we don't necessarily have to create a separate foundation. We just have to create a matching opportunity for people to contribute. Is that not the idea? Or are we still talking about something different?
Well, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, that's a great question. I think, we've had these matching conversations a lot in this committee and with different hats on. That could be a route we could take, but this idea of creating a foundation where they can also raise money that could go into that corpus as well is how I'm understanding it. And so it just is maybe a different flavor of the same idea, if that makes sense. But I would love the opportunity to commiserate with my folks, to be able to answer that question a little more clearly for you. Yeah.
Chairman.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, what was the current balance in Corpus?
The current balance is 16,271,723. 16, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for that. So currently, what is the revenue stream you're getting off of the 16 million for granting? Do you know? You have a corpus.
The
of
interest,
16
yes. I do know the answer to that. Sorry, I had to hesitate for a second. Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, the interest annually is $920,000, if I have that recorded correctly.
Thank you.
I would guess from your earlier numbers where you're saying that the 10 million would result in a 30 to 50, excuse me, a 300 to 500 million. You're looking at a 3 to 5% annual return on your number, and that's
Correct. I mean, we're looking at the same thing, and I'm actually wondering how this money is invested by the state. And I'm hoping, I don't know what the treasurer's office is doing, but it'd be interesting because that's not necessarily a great return. And it is invested by the treasurer's office, I hope.
we can find that out.
Yep.
Okay, further questions for Aaron?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, online, folks.
Mr.
Anybody
Ch-
else?
Yeah,
come on
Mr.
up.
Chairman.
1 second. We've got one more in person.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jason Hendricks with Range. We are a broadband provider in a number of areas throughout the state. Just commenting on the ARPA appropriations for broadband. The proposal from the governors for $15 million, which I understand is primarily for matching purposes for the infrastructure bill. Don't want to sound unappreciative because we do appreciate any money that would go towards broadband as soon as possible. But this would actually probably not result in any broadband being built until 2024, just because of the way the infrastructure bill is structured. By the time you go through a number of the steps required for mapping and the NTIA grant process, it's probably 2024 before any grants could be issued out of that program. So we're hoping actually for money to be spent sooner rather than later. And so some of the debate is between 602 money and then the capital project stuff under 604. Just asking for consideration of more money being spent out of 602 for projects in 2022. The program is ready to go under Connect Wyoming with some additional mapping. During the pandemic, it's extremely important. There are a lot of people that just simply don't have broadband. And so for purposes of things like telehealth, distance learning, remote work, getting that stuff out there sooner rather than later is extremely important. With respect to spending some of the money on out of 602 versus 604, like I said, part of this is timing. This would result in, so if 602 money would be for 2022, 604 is more like 2023, and infrastructure is more like 2024 before the stuff rolls out. So timing is important. And like I said, during the pandemic, this is extremely important. Also, 604 and the infrastructure money, sounds like a lot of money coming down, but it's probably not going to close the broadband gap by itself, even with private investment on top of that. So again, as much as can be spent as possible out of 602, the better. Other states around us with similar kind of rankings, we're ranked pretty low in Wyoming for broadband. You know, we have fiber in a lot of communities. We might have more fiber to the home than any other provider in the state, but there's still a lot of ways to go to get fiber to everyone. And I think that's, that's pretty much it. Well, one last thing, as far as using the money for matching purposes for 2 years from now, $15 million being spent now rather than later would certainly build a lot more in this high inflation environment that we're in, especially for our stuff. Fiber facilities are just going through the roof as far as cost. So I think I'll leave it for that unless you have questions for me. But I appreciate your consideration of this request.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. One is, how much is private funds of has Range put in to the expansion of broadband in this effort in the same time frame?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, historically, we've spent, I don't know the number, but over $100 million. Over the next 10 years, we're planning on spending at least $150 million. Excuse me. We have, for last mile facility builds in 2022, we have 10.5 million planned to be spent. So this is bringing fiber right to the home for people. So this is just 2022. And then for middle mile projects, connecting towns and so forth, we have 56 million planned for 2022 of private investment. So we are certainly spending our own money and spending it as fast as we can. But in this high cost environment that we're in, we have about a half a person per mile in our serving area. We serve 30,000 square miles over, mostly in Wyoming. So high cost environment, but we are spending money.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And follow up, and I guess I know that you had been putting a lot of your own investment, but if you take the money that you're planning on spending, you put with this initial money, I don't know why you'd have to wait till 2024 if you're trying to spend it as fast as you can. So can you help me understand that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson. Again, it's just the timing. So if we're doing 10.5 million for our builds this year, given the way that we're regulated and how we can spend money, that is only for 550 locations. So if we had planned on applying for $40 million under the Connect Wyoming just for last mile. We also plan on applying for another 32 million for middle mile, which would help connect cell towers and things like that as well. But for the last mile under the Connect Wyoming, that 40 million would have done an additional 4,000 locations, if assuming that we would have gotten approved for it. And so that stuff could be built in areas that we can't otherwise spend our money as we're regulated. So it helps us get into other areas that we can't get into. And it gets us, we could start building in 2022 more stuff. So yes, we are going to build. This helps us build more because we get the money sooner.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on that, my question is, when you talk about how you're regulated, for each dime, for each dollar that we put into the last mile product or any part of it, are you allowed then to put in a certain amount of your own dollars to match that or to walk with those dollars?
Mr. Chairman, if I understand your question correctly, on these projects themselves that we would apply for, could we match our own private money along with those? Yeah, we could. And then that would be separate from how we get our other money through regulation.
I think what you're asking is ultimately, do you get, if you match that money, do you get to build that back into your rate? No.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, or Mr. Co-Chairman, no, we would not do that. That would, and actually we're.
And I'm not talking about the state money. I'm talking about the money that you're spending to do the same stuff. That does not get to be recovered. That doesn't go into your rate recovery calculation.
Mr. Chairman, it's kind of complicated in how we're regulated these days. We're under an incentive-based regulation on the federal side. And so we get a certain amount of money to build a certain number of locations. So it's not your traditional kind of rate of return regulation anymore. And so it's kind of, we could have a long discussion on how that would work, but there wouldn't be double recovery if that's a concern.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Question. And I think we've spoken about this before. Two things. One is if you get the money and the Wyoming Business Council puts in performance requirements requiring you to provide a certain level of service for a certain number of years in exchange for getting this money, do you object to that? And then I apologize. I know we've talked before. What organization are you with again?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, I'm with Range. So we just go by Range. It's a broadband company. As far as the performance metrics, since we've talked the last time, actually, and as you know, the final Treasury rules came out, and within those, it contains things like affordability issues and certain kinds of additional parameters that can be put on top of it. And so, no, we wouldn't object to stuff like that being in there. We would expect that as part of the contract that we would sign with the state.
Other questions? Okay, appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next online.
Mr. Chairman, we have Sarah Matthews. She's in the room. She just needs to flip on her camera.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I truly appreciate your time and your willingness to allow for public feedback this morning. I'm going to address my comments specifically on support for the development and enhancement of recreation sites in Wyoming, utilizing state ARPA funds for grants as outlined by the Department of Parks and Recreation. And I'm going to kind of position my comments by using a model that I think some of you may be aware of. Just one example of many projects across the state that are shovel ready and can lead to significant economic diversification for different communities and regions around the state with an influx of investment through state ARPA funds. That project that I'm referring to is the Pilot Hill Recreation and Wildlife Habitat Management Area located here in southeastern Wyoming. The vision for the project is to strategically manage the property to both protect critical wildlife habitat and the Casper Aquifer Recharge Zone, which is the primary drinking water resource for Albany County, and to provide a world-class recreation resource so that in perpetuity, quality of life and health benefits and economic vitality for families in southeastern Wyoming can be realized. Approximately half of the 7,000 acres are being managed for wildlife habitat management area by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, allowing for hunting access. And the other half is being managed as a recreation corridor for non-motorized recreation, serving runners, hikers, bikers, and horseback riders. We believe that if fully developed and based on community visions for areas like Pilot Hill, that families in Wyoming will be impacted for generations to come. Not only will they be inspired to get outside in their own backyard, strengthening their bonds with each other and with nature, and enhancing their mental and physical health, but will also be proactively protecting lands and natural resources that are sacred to different areas of the state, and generating millions annually for different regions of the state, providing economic hope for some of our communities that are truly struggling. In the first year of having the Pilot Hill Recreation Area available for public use, we've already captured over 70,000 visitor hits in the area. We know that outdoor recreation is a driving entity in southeastern Wyoming. You look at the visitor numbers in the regional state parks and national forest areas, and we realize that whether we like it or not, our neighbors to the south in Colorado are coming our way to utilize our resources. And we're looking forward to the opportunity to proactively push them into areas that are appropriate for recreation while protecting areas that are critically needed by wildlife, especially in the Pilot Hill area where they're hemmed in by the I-80 corridor. This last year, we've already had cross-country running races, mountain bike races, student field trips, wildlife research projects launched, work days by the community. And the first hunting season was allowed in the hunter management area portion of the WHMA. So this truly is serving the needs of our local community and also beginning to be an attractive resource for non-local visitors. We've worked with the Department of, or the University of Wyoming Center for Business and Economic Analysis to really make sure that we clearly understand the economic impact that a resource like Pilot Hill can have. And they note that we will attract, once built out, over 45,000 non-local visitors, which will generate $5.8 million annually to the regional economy, will support over 150 jobs, and likely generate at least $1.3 million annually in sales, lodging, and property taxes, which is desperately needed in Albany County. We also know that our local business owners are really looking to Pilot Hill to help recruit and retain employees, especially our young adults and families in Wyoming who love outdoor recreation, accessibility in their backyard, and also remote workers and retirees who are attracted to these types of amenities when they make decisions about where they want to live. To be successful, however, projects like Pilot Hill and others all around the state desperately need significant progress on building out the planned trail miles and entrance sites, not only to attract outside users, but to manage those users in a really proactive and way that is viable and sustainable for the property. We estimate that Pilot Hill will cost us about $6 million to build out. We've already invested over $1 million of privately raised local funds on the planning, initial infrastructure, wildlife-friendly fencing, etc. But we are at a tipping point, and I believe it is wide, where success of projects like this require significant investments, and options, quite frankly, are limited. We're in an economically strapped region of the state, and this type of investment is not going to be realistic for us to reach without significant support. So I ask that you seriously consider the opportunity for providing a grant resource for projects like this. With significant progress, we really believe that Wyoming can realize the economic, community health, and conservation benefits that can be afforded with protecting our wild areas and making sure that we're managing them in the way that only Wyomingites can manage. I appreciate your time this morning and would be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Saying none, appreciate your comments. All right, next online.
Next, we have Mark Tesaro, and there are two other folks in the waiting room. If they would raise their hands if they want to speak. If not, we will just leave you there. Oh, we do have another one, but Mark, there he is.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me okay. Thank you, Chairman and Committee. My name is Mark Tesoro, and I'm speaking on behalf of Southwest Wyoming Off-Road Trails, also called SWOT or SWOT. I have had the chance to visit with a few of you in advance, and I appreciate you taking my phone call over the past several months. Just wanted to speak briefly about the project that we're working on in the partnership with the State of Wyoming Outdoor Rec Office and State Trails Office. About a year and a half ago, we took a presentation to the Economic Development Commission here in Evanston, the idea of connecting the communities of Southwest Wyoming with a series of off-road motorized trails so that people could come into the state, come into one of the communities, unload an ATV or side-by-side, eat in a restaurant, stay in a hotel or a campground, gas up, see all that there is to see in that community, and then go out on the public road system to maybe see some of the other historical sites in the area, and then on to maybe the next community. Since this is an accessibility project as an economic development project, we did work with the city of Evanston much of last year, and after some work sessions and some ordinance approval, they did approve the ordinance to allow ATVs and side-by-sides on city streets in Evanston. We did work with the town of Mountain View and the town of Lyman as well. And once they had kind of heard about the project that we're working on, also got on board with a similar ordinance. Since that time, other communities in Southwest Wyoming have jumped on board with this project as well. The communities of Kemmer, Marbleton, Big Piney, and LaBarge have all signed similar ordinances. And I was in Pinedale and gave a presentation to their Pinedale Town Council on Monday night. They also were very excited about this project. This project has partnered with state parks and state trails almost since day one, with some of our connections through one of our board members, Rick Schuler, who is the husband of Senator Wendy Schuler. We touched base with Forrest Kaminga and his group, and Chris Floyd from State Outdoor Rec Office. And the users of the trail system and bringing in their ATVs and side-by-sides would be purchasing the state of Wyoming's $15 off-road sticker. So by using this sticker and having the communities enroll, that would allow them to travel on the trail system. The county of Uintah County did adopt a handful of county roads to make the connections in Uintah County from community to community. Our motto for the project was, let's connect the communities, connect the forest, and connect the historical sites. And we don't have to look farther than our neighboring states to see the impact of off-road trails and the motorized recreation that happens in those states, to see the benefit to the communities. In southern Utah, they have some very big trail systems down there connecting the communities, and it impacts those communities greatly with economic benefits. Moab, Garfield County Trails, Paiute, and neighboring states of Idaho and Colorado have something similar. So this is really not something that is new. It's just would be something new for Wyoming. And I think that's part of the big reason that so many communities and stakeholders have gotten on board with this project. Just in the year and a half that we've been working on it, to run through some of the stakeholders in the project: city councils, county commissioners, chambers of commerce, landowners, industry, business, game and fish biologists, officers and commissioners, the BLM, of course, WYDOT, Forest Service, wildlife advocacy groups, including Muley Fanatics and Wyoming Wildlife Federation, Wyoming Outdoor Council, Citizens for the Red Desert, Tread Lightly, Outdoor Recreation Collaboratives in Sweetwater County, State Trails, Wyoming Outdoor Rec Office, Wyoming Business Council, Wyoming Department of Ag, grazing associations, representatives and senators, and of course, law enforcement and highway patrol. So we really have had a lot of moving parts to this project to get it off the ground. And it's very exciting. It was mentioned earlier in this morning's proceedings. Outdoor recreation tourism is the #2 revenue driver for the state of Wyoming. And what better way than to use existing assets that we have in Wyoming, such as the public lands, to bring people into the state and recreate. We did have a meeting with the Uintah County Commissioners and the Lincoln County Commissioners and some folks from the BLM out of the Kemmer office last summer. Of course, their first question was, are you looking at making new roads and trails on public lands in Wyoming? And really the answer is no. These are existing oil field roads, windmill roads, ranching roads, county roads, 2-track roads that have been on the books for decades. And we would be using those and the backbone of the county road system to make these connections happen between communities. This summer, I did give a presentation to the Transportation, Highway, and Military Affairs Committee in Rawlins. It was very well received. And also to the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee in Du Bois in the fall, and it was very well received there. I did have someone call in and give public comment who I'd met in Evanston this summer. He was a gentleman who was passing through with a big trailer of side-by-sides. I went and talked to him and told him that we were working on a project to connect all of Southwest Wyoming with a series of motorized off-road trails. They had just gotten done with an 800-mile loop in southern Utah, and they come out every year to the west to ride, but never done something like that in Wyoming. Last year, they were in Idaho, and he called in for the public comment at the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee, and was very well received. I mean, he brings a group of 20 or so people out here every summer to ride from Tennessee, and they just really haven't ridden in Wyoming. So that's some of the possibilities for this project. The state outdoor rec office and state trails have been a major partner in getting this off the ground, and the funding opportunities from the ARPA funding would greatly enhance what we're working on. I mean, we are a small nonprofit, 501c3 with basically zero funding, but we'll need funding to help with things like marketing and mapping and, maybe a parking access or parking lot signage. So just wanted to visit with you and talk about the project real briefly. I appreciate all of your time, and I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Any other public comment? One more.
Yes, sir. We have one more. Wes Allen.
Mr. Chairman, if we could maybe just keep the sidebar conversations to a minimum while these guys are making public comment, I think it shows respect and it also allows us to hear better.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee for your time this morning. My name is Wes Allen. I am the owner of Sunlight Sports in Cody. We're a 50-year-old outdoor business, and I am here to speak to you on behalf of the ARPA funding for outdoor recreation. A little bit more background. I was privileged to serve on the governor's task force on outdoor recreation in 2016. I am a current steering committee member for the Park County Outdoor Rec Collab that's working in partnership with the Office of Outdoor Recreation. And I am a current board member and former president of the Grassroots Outdoor Alliance, which is the largest trade association of privately owned outdoor recreation businesses in the U.S. I am here today to ask your support for funding specific to the statewide outdoor recreation product investment and grant program and an outdoor recreation trust formed from the ARPA funds. Having a family business in Cody, we're very aware that outdoor recreation in the U.S. continues to increase, and Wyoming is fortunate to have it as our number 2 industry. There is an opportunity in Wyoming, and a very large one, to do 3 things. One is invest in access, infrastructure, and maintenance of outdoor recreation facilities. Something that's covered in the governor's suggestions around ARPA funds. We've heard some very compelling cases from the last 2 speakers around specific projects that they have. I would say my viewpoint and my experience in my professional life has been that there's direct correlation between access to developed areas and infrastructure and easily accessible information around outdoor recreation, whether it's hunting, hiking, off-road vehicles, equestrian, whatever it might be. There's a direct correlation between the business success in those local communities and access to those resources. Wyoming has been fortunate to have a robust tourism and outdoor recreation economy in the past. The challenge has been that by and large, that outdoor recreation economy has been driven either by our national parks, which are mostly up here in the northwest part of the state, or hunting. Unfortunately, particularly in the case of outdoor recreation that goes to Yellowstone, Grand Teton, to a lesser extent, Devil's Tower, a lot of the spending is actually focused right in the communities and in those parks. Wyoming has an almost embarrassment of riches in our national forests, our public lands, and we have the opportunity to increase the number of days that people spend in our state participating in outdoor recreation, and to spread out where they stay from a concentration in the northwest corner to the rest of the state. That opportunity is dependent on funding that will allow us to build out access, infrastructure, and awareness for those areas that are outside of our national parks. There are several outdoor rec collabs working in the US, or in the state, excuse me, 5 that I'm aware of, a couple more coming out on online. If you have not spent a lot of time kind of investigating what those outdoor rec collabs are, they are community-led organizations. There's one here in Park County. The first one was here in the Bighorn Basin, but on the other side of the basin in the Grable area. There are also ones in the southeast and southwest and central parts of the state. These organizations are, again, citizen-led groups that are working together to outline opportunities for investment. And we do believe that there is a huge opportunity with these ARPA funds to move forward on projects like the previous 2 people to testify kind of delineated, to move forward with those projects that your communities have identified. And we do believe that should this ARPA funding be designated towards outdoor recreation, we'll have a very high return on investment on those dollars, because these outdoor rec collabs and other grassroots nonprofits have worked to identify those opportunities. So in closing, as a business person whose family depends on outdoor recreation up here in Cody for our living, as a community member who's been working with other people in Park County and across the state, and as someone with the good fortune to have a viewpoint on the positive effects that outdoor recreation infrastructure can have on the economic success of small businesses, I would appreciate your full consideration in funding the governor's suggestions, especially around the Outdoor Recreation Trust and the statewide Outdoor Recreation Product and Investment Grant Program as outlined in the governor's recommendations. And now I'd stand for questions, should you have any.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? All right, appreciate your waiting online for us. Anybody else?
No, sir, no one else has indicated they want to speak.
Okay, any other public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. It's now 12:51. So let's take a quick lunch. Be back about 12:45 or 1:45. 1:45. Yeah. Okay, here we are. We're back.